Shalom, shalom, grand rising, everybody. Welcome back to another Sister for Sister Storytime session with your favorite girl, Shia Fire. So, today's episode is on Final Destination Bloodlines, Sexual Immorality, Part 1, Pimps Up, 304s Down, the culture of pimpology, um, in Memphis specifically. Um, as it pertains to Egypt. So, first, I will be reading about um, Ezra chapter 10, 10:4. Okay, 10:10. Tennessee. Um, the guy that I was with told me that his father was a pimp, said that his aunt had been murdered brutally. She was raped, and she was cut up into pieces, just like the concubine of the Levite in the Bible. And it was like he was trying to put this um, fear in my head about being taken, so to speak, and that I should submit to him for protection or whatnot. So we're going to get into it. The enticement of the surrounding nations of Israel, what they did, and what the judgment is. Current judgment that is coming upon the nations. Okay, so stay tuned. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. You can donate to Sister for Sisters at Cash App, PayPal. All right, let's get started. So, this is the people's confession of sin. While Ezra was praying and confessing, weeping, and throwing himself down before the house of God, a large crowd of Israelites, men, women, and children, gathered around him. They too wept bitterly. Then Shechaniah, son of Jehiel, one of the descendants of Elam, said to Ezra, "We have been unfaithful to our God by marrying foreign women from the peoples around us. But in spite of this, there is still hope for Israel. Now let us make a covenant before our God to send away all these women and their children, in accordance with the counsel of my Lord and of those who fear the commands of our God. Let it be done according to the law. Rise up, this matter is in your hands. We will support you, so take courage and do it." So Ezra rose up and put the leading priests and Levites and all Israel under oath to do what had been suggested. And they took the oath. Then Ezra withdrew from before the house of God and went to the room of Jehoanan, son of Eliashib. While he was there, he ate no food and drank no water because he continued to mourn over the unfaithfulness of the exiles. A proclamation was then issued throughout Judah and Jerusalem for all the exiles to assemble in Jerusalem. Anyone who failed to appear within 3 days would forfeit all his property in accordance with the decision of the officials and elders, and would himself be expelled from the assembly of the exiles. Within the 3 days, all the men of Judah and Benjamin had gathered in Jerusalem, and on the 20th day of the ninth month, all the people were sitting in the square before the house of God, greatly distressed by the occasion and because of the rain. Then Ezra the priest stood up and said to them, "You have been unfaithful. You have married foreign women, adding to Israel's guilt. Now honor the Lord, the God of your ancestors, and do his will. Separate yourselves from the peoples around you and from your foreign wives." The whole assembly responded with a loud voice, "You are right. We must do as you say. But there are many people here, and it is the rainy season, so we cannot stand outside. Besides, this matter cannot be taken care of in a day or two, because we have sinned greatly in this thing. Let our officials act for the whole assembly. Then let everyone in our towns who has married a foreign woman come at a set time, along with the elders and judges of each town, until the fierce anger of our God in this matter is turned away from us. Only Jonathan, son of Asahel, and Jezaiah, son of Tikva, supported by Meshullam and Shabbatai the Levite, opposed this. So the exiles did as was proposed. Ezra the priest selected men who were family heads, one from each family division, and all of them designated by name. On the first day of the 10th month, they sat down to investigate the cases. And by the first day of the first month, they finished dealing with all the men who had married foreign women, those guilty of intermarriage. Among the descendants of the priests, the following had married foreign women: from the descendants of Joshua, son of Josadak, and his brothers, Maasiah, Eleazar, Jarib, and Gedaliah. They all gave their hands in pledge to put away their wives, and for their guilt, they each presented a ram from the flock as a guilt offering. From the descendants of Immer, Hanani, and Zebediah. From the descendants of Haram, Maasiah, Elijah, Shemaiah, Jehiel, and Uzziah. From the descendants of Pashur, Elionai, Maasiah, Ishmael, Nethanel, Josabad, and Elisah. Among the Levites, Josabad, Shemai, Kaliah, that is Kalita, Pethahiah, Judah, and Eleazar. From the musicians, Eliashib. From the gatekeepers, Shalom, Telem, and Uri. And among the other Israelites, from the descendants of Parash, from the descendants of Elam, of Zatu, Babai, Bani, Pahat Moab, Harim, Hashum, and it goes on from there. So, scripture has said that you should give up these wives and these abominable children. Now, we will go into detail who these wives are, who these peoples are that Israel has joined themselves unto. Let me get in my spot. Hold on. Okay, so first of all, I just want to take a little bit of time and read to you what a pimp is, the origin of the word, and then we will go into um, pimpism according to scripture. So we'll be going over pimps and the occult gangs, as well as internet pimps of today. One second, let me get my phone. I understand. Okay, so a pimp is a man who controls prostitutes and arranges clients for them, taking part of their earnings in return. One, to act as a pimp. Two, to make something or someone more showy or impressive. A person, and especially a man who controls one or more sex workers, arranges clients for them and takes a cut of their earnings. Pimped, pimping, to make use of, often dishonorably for one's own gain or benefit. Informal definition, to customize and adorn something such as a car or apartment in an ostentatious or lavish way. Synonyms are cadet, use, exploit, manipulate, procure, abuser, and leverage. The etymology, probably akin to British dialect pimp, uh, meaning a small bundle of sticks, and Middle English pimple, papule, German pimp, PIMPF, meaning a young boy, kid, literally a little fart, or pump's fart, whatever. The legal definition is one who derives income from the earnings of a prostitute, usually by soliciting business, compared to a panderer. It also says double tongued. Uh, Britannic numerals meaning fin or five currency units. We know that the fin is associated with the Baphomet, the five-pointed star, which is also associated with the playa, or the rabbit. Um, what is it? Hugh Hefner and the Playboy bunnies. Okay, and we all know that bunnies represent fertility, which goes back into the fertility cult of ancient times. And then we have here sheep counting, and this right here says tethera or tethera, DICK, which sounds like what we were reading about in the previous video in regards to males cutting themselves in the growing area and tethering themselves together in a as a way to appease their deity. So this is trafficking terms on sharedhope.org, law.cornell.edu, and the pimp description. So procuring or prostitution. Procuring, pimping, or pandering is the facilitation or provision of a prostitute or other sex worker in the arrangement of a sex act with a customer. A procurer, colloquially called a pimp if male, or a madam if female, though the term pimp has often been used for female procurers as well, or a brothel keeper. is an agent for prostitutes who collects part of their earnings. Now, I've been in the presence of two females, Miss Shaw, um, and one of the other Israelite women from Atlanta, Miss Tasha. I don't remember the last name, but her husband's name was Cedric. They had a very lavish house, and I believe they were selling their daughters to men for money or a dowry, so to speak. So the procurer may receive this money in return. I'm sorry, the brothel keeper is an agent for prostitutes who collects part of their earnings. The procurer may receive this money in return for advertising services, physical protection, or for providing and possibly monopolizing a location where the prostitute may solicit clients. Like prostitution, the legality of certain actions of a madam or a pimp may vary from one region to the next. Examples of procuring include trafficking a person into a country for the purpose of soliciting sex, operating a business where prostitution occurs, transporting a prostitute to the location of their arrangement, deriving financial gain from the prostitution. Etymology: procurer is the term derived from the French procureur. Pimping: the word pimp first appeared in English in 1600. Ben Jonson's play Every Man Out of His Humor. It is of unknown origin, while there are several hypotheses about its etymology. Pimp, used as a verb meaning to act as a pimp, first appeared around 1640 in Philip Massinger's play The Bashful Lover. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the term was commonly used to refer to informers. And I want you to hold that word informers for later on when I get to talking about the Midianites who wanted to stop the Israelites from getting into the promised land. So a pimp can also mean a despicable person. Rapper Nelly tried to define the word pimp by saying that it is an acronym for positive, intellectual, motivated person. He created a college scholarship with the name PIMP, Juice Scholarship. Don Turner Treese of the Chicago Tribune argues that there is something truly unsettling, to say the least, about attaching such a vile word to a scholarship, and expresses concern about the glamorization of the term. In the first years of the 21st century, a new meaning of the word emerged in the form of a transitive verb, pimp, which means to decorate or to gussy up. Compare primp, Primp, especially in Scottish usage. This new definition was made popular by Pimp My Ride on an MTV television show. Although this new definition paid homage to hip hop culture and its connection to street culture, it has now entered common, even mainstream commercial use. In medical context, the verb means to ask a student a question for the purpose of testing her or his knowledge. Pandering. The word pander, Pander, meaning to pimp, is derived from Pandarus, a licentious figure who facilitates the affair between the protagonist in Troilus and Cresside, a poem by Geoffrey Chaucer. Pandarus appears with a similar role in Shakespeare's interpretation of the story Troilus and Cressida. Pimps and madams are diverse and varied depending on the strata in which they work, and they enter and leave the sex industry for a variety of internal and external reasons, such as family pressure, interactions with the police, and in some cases, recruitment from peer sex workers. Procuring can take abusive forms. Madams slash pimps may punish clients for physical abuse or failure to pay and enforce exclusive rights to turf where their prostitutes may advertise and operate with less competition. In the many places where prostitution is outlawed, sex workers have decreased incentive to report abuse for fear of self incrimination and increased motivation to seek any physical protection from clients and law enforcement that a madam slash pimp might provide. The madam slash pimp prostitute relationship is often understood to be abusive and possessive, with the pimp slash madam using techniques such as psychological intimidation, manipulation, starvation, rape and or gang rape, beating, tattooing to mark the woman as theirs, confinement, threats of violence towards the victim's family, forced drug use, and the shame from these acts. In some cases, a pimp will kidnap or abduct a minor and keep them in a confined space between acts of forced sexual intercourse. As I stated before, um, the guy who I was with said that his father had been in jail for 16 years for solicitation of minors. Okay, and in the U.S., madams slash pimps can be arrested and charged with pandering and are legally known as procurers. A conviction under SORNA typically requires the procurer to be listed as a sex offender. This, combined with the tendency to identify pimping with African American masculinity, may provide some of the explanation for why approximately three-fifths of all confirmed human traffickers in the United States are African American men. It has recently been argued um, below income, primarily from such stereotyping supported whatever. Okay. Stereotyping supported by Hollywood screenwriters, selective and decontextualized trial transcripts and studies that have only interviewed parties to sex commerce and institutions of rescue, prosecution, and punishment rather than engaging rigorous study in situ. A 2018 study by researchers from the University of Montreal divided the concept of a pimp into three distinct categories: low profile, primarily female; hustlers, predominantly male and violent, making the common stereotype; and abused, even male female split, more likely to be subjected to violence than to commit it. Legal status and debates about legality. Where prostitution is decriminalized or regulated, procuring may or may not be legal. Procuring regulations differ widely from place to place. Procuring in brothels are legal in the Netherlands, Germany, Greece, New Zealand, and most of Australia and Nevada, which is where his father moved from Memphis, Tennessee to Nevada. In Canada, there was a legal challenge to prostitution laws, which ended in the 2013 ruling of Bedford versus Canada. In 2010, Ontario Superior Court Judge Susan Himmel overturned the national laws banning brothels and procuring, arguing that they violated the Constitution, guaranteeing the right of life, liberty, and security. In 2012, the Court of Appeal for Ontario reaffirmed the unconstitutionality of the laws. The case was appealed by the Canadian government and was under trial in the Supreme Court of Canada in June 2013. Since the passing of the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act in 2014, Canada has followed the Nordic model of prostitution, which makes pimping and the purchasing of sexual services illegal. The United Nations 1949 Convention for the Suppression of the Traffic in Persons and of the Exploitation of the Prostitution of Others requires state signatories to ban pimping and brothels and to abolish regulation of individual prostitutes. It states, whereas prostitution and the accompanying evil of the traffic in persons for the purpose of prostitution are incompatible with the dignity and worth of the human person and endanger the welfare of the individual, the family, and the community. The convention reads, Article 1, the parties to the present convention agree to punish any person who, to gratify the passions of another, 1. Procures, entices, or leads away for purposes of prostitution another person, even with the consent of that person. 2. Exploits the prostitution of another person, even with the consent of that person. Article 2. The parties to the present convention further agree to punish any person who, 1. Keeps or manages or knowingly finances or takes part in the financing of a brothel. Knowingly, 2. Knowingly lets or rents building or other place or any part thereof for the purpose of the prostitution of others. Various UN commissions, however, have differing positions on the issue. For example, in 2012, a UN AIDS Commission convened by Ban Ki-moon and backed by UNDP and UNAIDS recommended the decriminalization of brothels and procuring. In the United States, attempts have been made in the United States to charge pornographic film producers with pandering under state law. The case of California versus Freeman in 1989 is one of the most prominent examples where a producer slash director of pornographic films was charged with pandering under the argument that paying porn actors to perform sex on camera was a form of prostitution covered by a state anti-pandering statute. The state Supreme Court rejected this argument, finding that the California pandering statute was not intended to cover the hiring of actors who would be engaging in sexually explicit but non obscene performances. It also stated that only in cases where the producer paid the actors for the purpose of sexually gratifying themselves or other actors could the producer be charged with pandering under state law. This case effectively legalized pornography in the state of California. In 2008, the New Hampshire Supreme Court issued a similar ruling, New Hampshire versus Thurot, which declared that producing pornography was not a form of prostitution under state law. In business and methods, pimping is typically operated like a business. The pimp may have a bottom girl who serves as office manager, keeping the pimp apprised of law enforcement activity and collecting money from the prostitutes. Pimps recognize a hierarchy among themselves. In certain pimp strata, the least respected or newer pimps are the popcorn pimps and wannabes. Popcorn pimps was a phenomenon which occurred among the adolescent cocaine users of both sexes who utilized children younger than themselves to support their habits. A pimp who uses violence and intimidation to control his prostitutes is called a gorilla pimp, while those who use psychological trickery to deceive younger prostitutes into becoming hooked into the system are called finesse pimps. In addition, a prostitute may bounce from pimp to pimp without paying the pimp moving tax. Some pimps in the United States are also documented gang members, which causes concerns for police agencies and jurisdictions where prostitution is a significant problem. Pimping rivals narcotic sales as a major source of funding for many gangs. Gangs need money to survive, and money equates to power and respect. While selling drugs may be lucrative for a gang, this activity often carries significant risk as stiff legal penalties and harsh mandatory minimum sentencing laws exist. However, with pimping, gang members still make money while the prostitutes themselves bear the majority of the risk. Pimping has several benefits to the gang that the pimp belongs to. These benefits include helping the gang recruit new members because the gang has women available for sex, and the money brought in by prostitution allows gang members to buy cars, clothes, and weapons, all of which help to recruit younger members into the gang by increasing the reputation of the gang and the local gang subculture. Violence. Some pimp businesses have an internal structure built around violence for dealing with rule breakers. For example, some pimps have been known to employ a pimp stick, which is two coat hangers wrapped together in order to subdue unruly prostitutes. Although prostitutes can move between pimps, this movement sometimes leads to violence. For example, a prostitute could be punished for merely looking at another pimp. This is considered in some pimp milieus to be reckless eyeballing. Violence can also be used on customers. For example, if the customer attempts to evade payment or becomes unruly with a prostitute. Grooming. Some pimps employ what is known as the lover boy or Romeo pimp method to recruit new prostitutes. This involves entrapping potential victims, usually young or vulnerable women, by first forming what appears to the victim to be a romantic relationship. After an initial period of love bombing, the treatment of the victim then becomes abusive, and the victim is then forced into sex work by the pimp. The use of tattoos. Some pimps in America tattoo prostitutes as a mark of ownership. The tattoo will often be the pimp's street name or even his likeness. What's her name? Blueface and Krishan Rock. The mark might be as discreet as ankle tattoo or blatant as a neck or face tattoo or large scale font across the prostitute's lower back, thigh, chest, or buttocks. The internet effect. Since the internet became widely available, prostitutes increasingly use websites to solicit sexual encounters. This has bypassed the need for pimps in some contexts, while some pimps have used these sites to broker their sex workers. Some scholars and sex workers' rights advocates dispute portrayals of third-party agents as violent and extremely committed to a pimp subculture, finding them inaccurate exaggerations used to foster harmful policies. For example, one study found that pimps tend to drift in and out of pimping, with some of their goals and identities classified as predominantly mainstream, some as predominantly outside of that mainstream, and some as a hybrid of conventional and non conventional. In popular culture, in 1999, the Hughes brothers released a documentary titled American Pimp, consisting of first person interviews with people involved in pimping in the United States. Okay, so let's take a look, see if we can. We're going to look at brothels. Ancient brothels. So a brothel, I have went over this before. The Spirit said, do it again. Okay, so also called a whorehouse. A brothel is a strumpet house, bordello, bawdy house, ranch, house of ill repute, house of ill fame, or whorehouse is a place where people engage in sexual activity with prostitutes. For legal or cultural reasons, establishments often describe themselves as massage parlors, bars, strip clubs, body rub parlors, studios, or by some other description. Sex work in a brothel is considered safer than street prostitution. The legal status. On December 2nd, 1949, the United Nations General Assembly approved the Convention for the Suppression of the Traffic in Persons and of the Exploitation of the Prostitution of Others. The convention came into effect on the 25th of July 1951, and by December 2013 had been ratified by 82 states. The convention seeks to combat prostitution, which it regards as incompatible with the dignity and worth of the human person. Parties to the convention agreed to abolish regulation of individual prostitutes and to ban brothels and procuring. Some countries not parties to the convention also ban prostitution or the operation of brothels. Various United Nations commissions, however, have differing positions on the issue. For example, in 2012, a joint United Nations program of HIV and AIDS, UN AIDS, convened by Ban Ki-moon and backed by the United Nations Development Program and UN AIDS, recommend decriminalization of brothels and procuring. In the European Union, there is no uniform policy and no consensus on the issue, and laws vary widely from country to country. Germany and the Netherlands have the most liberal policies. In Sweden and in Norway and Iceland outside the EU, the buying, not selling of sex is illegal. In most former communist countries, the laws target the prostitutes, while in other countries, such as the UK, except Northern Ireland, Italy, and Spain, the act of prostitution is not itself illegal, but soliciting, pimping, and brothels are, making it difficult to engage in prostitution without breaking any law. The European Women's Lobby condemns prostitution as an intolerable form of male violence and supports the Swedish model. In February 2014, the members of the European Parliament voted in a non binding resolution adopted by 343 votes to 139 with 105 abstentions in favor of the Swedish model of criminalizing the buying but not the selling of sex. Prostitution and the operation of brothels is illegal in many countries, though known illegal brothels may be tolerated or laws not strictly enforced. Such situations exist in many parts of the world, but the region most often associated with these policies is Asia. When brothels are illegal, they may nevertheless operate in the guise of a legitimate business, such as massage parlors, saunas, or spas. In a few countries, prostitution and operating a brothel is legal and regulated. The degree of regulation varies widely by country. Most of these countries allow brothels, at least in theory, as they are considered to be less problematic than street prostitution. In parts of Australia, brothels are legal and regulated. Regulation includes planning controls and licensing and registration requirements, and there may be other restrictions. However, the existence of licensed brothels does not stop illegal brothels from operating. According to a report in the Australian Daily Telegraph, illegal brothels in Sydney in 2009 outnumbered licensed operations by 4 to 1. While in Queensland, only 10% of prostitution happens in licensed brothels, with the rest being either independent sex workers, which is legal, or illegal operations. The introduction of legal brothels in Queensland was to help improve the safety of sex workers, punters, which are customers of prostitution, and the community at large, and reduce crime. This may have been successful in many ways in Queensland, with the Viper Room being one of the most well known, clean, safe, and most highly regarded brothels in Brisbane and Queensland. The Netherlands has one of the most liberal prostitution policies in the world and attracts sex tourists from many other countries. Amsterdam is well known for its red light district and is a destination for sex tourism. Germany also has very liberal prostitution laws. The largest brothel in Europe is the Pasha in Cologne. Although the Dumas Hotel in Butte, Montana operated legally from 1890 until 1982, brothels are currently illegal throughout the United States, except in 10 rural counties in Nevada. Prostitution outside of the 19 licensed brothels operating in 6 of those 10 counties is illegal throughout the state. All forms of prostitution are illegal in Clark County, which contains the Las Vegas Paradise metropolitan area. History. The earliest recorded mention of prostitution as an occupation appears in Sumerian records from 2400 BCE and describes a temple bordello operated by Sumerian priests in the city of Uruk. The Kakum, Kakum, or temple was dedicated to the goddess Ishtar and housed 3 classes of women. The first group performed only in the temple sex rites. The second group had the run of the grounds and catered to its visitors as well. And the third and lowest class lived on the temple grounds but were free to seek out customers in the streets. In later years, sacred prostitution and similar classifications of women existed in Greece, Rome, India, China, and Japan. In the United States, from 1911 to 1913, the United States Department of Justice counted the numbers of prostitutes and brothels to use the data against the much feared white slave traffic. This effort collected information from 318 cities of 26 eastern states. It estimated about 100,000 women to be working in brothels, yet some estimated the total number of prostitutes to be as high as 500,000. During the late 19th century, brothels in the United States were no secret. George Neeland articulated his growing concern about the organized sex business in America as well, saying that prostitution had grown into a highly commercialized and profitable business that penetrated the deepest recesses of the political, cultural, and economic life of the city. Brothels were commonly referred to as disorderly houses, and their residents were called by many names, some euphemistic, like abandoned woman, bawd good time daisy, fallen angel, filla de joy, jeweled bird, lady of the evening, shady lady, soiled dove, wanton woman, and woman of the town, and some less kind, a hooker, a slut, or a whore. As the 19th century went on, prostitution as a profession became more common, rather than just occasionally necessitated soliciting. As a result of these changes, the way prostitution was practiced changed. Many prostitutes still practice their trade independently, but the new class of professional prostitutes created a demand for a location to do their regular business, and the brothel served this purpose. Visitors could easily find disorderly houses by opening up the local or statewide directories, such as the 1895 Traveler's Guide of Colorado. This 66-page manual helped the interested client decide which brothel was right for him. These manuals did not attract by using euphemistic language, and though bold by standards of the time, were not crude. Some examples read, 20 young ladies engaged nightly to entertain guests, and strangers cordially welcome. In some areas, brothels simply could not be ignored. A 19th century authority describes the city of New Orleans as such. The extent of licentiousness and prostitution here is truly appalling and doubtless without a parallel in the whole civilized world. The indulgence and practice are so general and common that men seldom seek to cover up their acts or go in disguise. The average house had 5 to 20 working girls. Some high end brothels also employed staff servants, musicians, and a bouncer. The typical brothel contained several bedrooms, all furnished. Some upscale brothels were much larger, such is the case with that owned by Mary Ann Hall of Arlington, Virginia. It is described as a rather grand house with 25 rooms and was enclosed by a brick wall. The interior was elegantly furnished. The principal rooms on the first floor contained large oil paintings, Brussels carpets, red plush parlor furniture, etageries, a shelf for small ornaments, and numerous items of silver plate. An archaeological dig of the area outside of Mary Ann Hall's estate revealed refuse of a quality superior to that in surrounding working class areas. This included many champagne bottles and corks, wire cages from such bottles, perfume bottles, high quality porcelain with gilt edging, along with remnants of exotic foods, coconut shells and berry seeds, bones from beef, fish, and pork, indicating that elegant meals were being eaten at this high class brothel. These $5 and $10 parlor houses attracted wealthy men who used the facilities much as a gentleman's social club, where they made business and political connections, met with associates, and had exquisite dinners with wine, champagne, and women. Brothels were not only for the wealthy. $1 houses were visited by those of the working class. A 1910 Kansas Vice report compares the two. A few brothels were equipped with expensive furniture and furnishings, including the finest of upholstered chairs, well done paintings, and costly rugs, while others were hovels of repulsive squalor. Women joined brothels from all walks of life. The average prostitute was approximately 21, but many were as young as 13 or as old as 50. Typically thought of as an escape for young, poor, troubled women, brothels sometimes attracted those less expected. Trained musicians and singers sometimes were lured into it by their interest in easy money and fun times. Some others turned to brothels to get out of boring, abusive, or otherwise unfulfilling marriages. Although they might be from varied classes, ethnicities, and ages, most women who began or joined brothels had a shared goal: quick money. Many found themselves always indebted to their mistresses. Lack of credit made a prostitute unable to buy items necessary for her trade: powder, cosmetics, perfumes, and evening wear, and she was forced to buy them through her madam. Some madams, often former prostitutes themselves, rose to become independently wealthy. One was Mary Ann Hall of Arlington, Virginia, clearly attractive and a good businesswoman. Mary Ann purchased a lot and built a brick house. That would be the location of an upscale brothel for another 40 years, sitting right at the foot of Capitol Hill. Her brothel was very lucrative, and Mary Ann was able to buy multiple enslaved people and a summer home. She was responsible for the behavior of her prostitutes, which could prove challenging since drug abuse was common. A large focus for madams was keeping their business transactions discreet and staying on the good side of the law, which they did by contributing money to charitable organizations, schools, and churches. Clearly attractive and a good businesswoman, Mary Ann purchased a lot and built a brick house. Oh, no, sorry, we read that. Despite those efforts, much of the profit still went to legal fines and fees since prostitution was largely illegal. Timely payment of these fines could guarantee a madam that her business could continue without fear of being shut down, usually. Brothels were expected to pay significantly higher rent than other tenants. Another upscale bordello was the Big Brick in Charleston, South Carolina, built and operated by Grace Peixoto, the daughter of Reverend Solomon Cohen Peixoto, and the madam of the most infamous brothel in the history of the city. A madam stayed involved in her business. Running a house with so many in it required skill. A brothel required the purchase of regular food and food preparation. A madam had to monitor the cleanliness of the brothel, including the sheets, which had to be changed several times in an evening, and a stock of wines and liquors for clientele. She was the boss of the brothel, and so a madam fired and hired servants, maids, and prostitutes. New faces in the brothel were desired by patrons, and so madams had to find new women to recruit. Sometimes that meant taking in a less than desired woman, but one with youth and good looks. The new prostitute received training, cosmetics, and clothes from the madam. A prostitute from Kansas City is recorded as saying that she is no match for the proper behavior and dress required for the famous Ice Palace in Chicago. Disorderly houses or any other dwelling used for purposes of selling sex or other lewd acts in the early 20th century were illegal with a few exceptions. The states of Arkansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, New Mexico, and South Carolina. Penalties could range from $1,000 and time in jail to much smaller fines. I'm sorry, when I get quiet, I'm just jotting down some notes. Military brothels. Until recently, in several armies around the world, mobile brothels were attached to the army as auxiliary units, especially attached to combat units on long term deployments abroad. Because it is a controversial subject, military brothels and the women who provided sex services in them were often designated with creative euphemisms. Just a quick note on the last two guys that I dated. The one was from the Navy, and the other was from the Marines, who did not state that they were from a military background until after we had consummated the relationship. Okay, so just a quick thought to keep in the back of your mind. Examples of such jargon are la boîte à bonbons, the sweet box, replacing the term bordel militaire de campagne. France used mobile brothels during the First World War, the Second World War, and the First Indochina War to supply sex services to French soldiers who were facing combat in areas where brothels were unusual, such as at the front line or in isolated garrisons. Brothels were outlawed in France in 1946, but the French Foreign Legion continued to use mobile brothels until the late 1990s. During the Second World War, women drawn from throughout the Far East were forced into sexual slavery by the occupation armies of Imperial Japan in brothels known as Ianjo. These women were referred to as comfort women, kanji, hiragana. During the Second World War in Europe, Nazi Germany created military brothels where an estimated 34,140 enslaved women from Nazi occupied Europe particularly Poland, were forced to work as prostitutes in brothels. After the Japanese surrender following the Second World War, the Japanese government formed the Recreation and Amusement Association and recruited 55,000 of its patriotic women to sacrifice themselves to the GI occupation to protect the chastity of pure Japanese womenfolk. In South Korea, women who worked as prostitutes for UN forces were called Western princesses. Between the 1950s and 1960s, 60% of South Korean prostitutes worked near the U.S. military bases. Since the mid 1990s, Filipino women have worked as prostitutes for U.S. servicemen in South Korea. In 2010, the Philippine government stopped approving contracts that promotes use to bring Filipinas to South Korea to work near U.S. military bases. The sex doll brothel. A number of brothels offering only sex dolls exist in Japan. There is also one in Barcelona. There was one named Bordal in Germany too, but it closed in 2023. Another was set to open on the 8th of September in 2018 in Toronto, Canada, though it was deemed to be contrary to a bylaw in the city, forcing its shutdown. Australia has recently seen its first sex doll available for use in a brothel as well. In February 2018, another opened in Aarhus, Denmark. In 2018, X dolls in Paris raised controversy in that the French government deemed it did not violate the prohibition of brothels. Okay, so now we're going to read about Balak again, the king of Moab. So Balak, sons of Zippor, or Balak, was a king of Moab described in the book of Numbers in the Hebrew Bible, where his dealings with the prophet and sorcerer Balaam are recounted. Balak tried to engage Balaam, the son of Beor, for the purpose of cursing the migrating Israelite community. Balak sent messengers to Balaam to ask him to come curse the Israelites for him. But when Balaam consulted God, God told him he mustn't go, for the people of Israel are a blessed people. Balak again sent messengers more distinguished and more numerous, this time with promises of even more gold and silver than before. God tells Balaam he can go, but to only do as he commands. As Balaam sets out to Moab, God is angry and sends an angel to block his way. On his journey to meet the princes of Moab, the angel of the Lord blocked Balaam's path 3 times, causing his donkey to veer off the path. The angel was visible to the donkey, but not to Balaam. Each time the donkey moved to avoid the angel with sword drawn, Balaam would beat her. After the time, the Lord opened the mouth of the donkey to speak, asking, "Why do you beat me?" Then God opened Balaam's eyes so that he could see the angel with the sword drawn standing before him. He tells the angel he will return home. "I have sinned, for I did not know that you stood against me on the road." The angel instructs Balaam to attend the meeting with the princes of Moab, but to say only what I tell you. According to Numbers 22, verse 2, and Joshua 24, verse 9, Balak was the son of Zippor. In the preceding chapter of Numbers, the Israelites seeking the promised land following their exodus from Egypt had defeated the Canaanites at a place named Hormah, as well as the Amorites and the people of Bashan, and next approached Moab. The biblical narrative stresses the fears of the people of Moab, who were exceedingly afraid and sick with dread, or terrified. Their fears appear to relate to the size of the Israelite population and the consequent resource depletion which could be expected if they were permitted to occupy Moabite land. Balak initially conferred with his Midianite allies, in order to block Israelite settlement before sending his elders along with Midianite soldiers to seek Balaam's curse on them. The Midianites appear to have been collated with the Moabites, according to the Targum of Jonathan. They were one alliance of people at this time, and therefore had a common interest in preventing Israelite settlement of the area. After his mission with Balaam to curse Israelites failed, Balak decided to ally with Midianites to gather their women in order to lead Israelites' men astray in adultery. Sources detailing the story of Balak include Numbers chapters 22 through 24, Judges chapter 11, verse 25. This is the only time in the Bible that Balak is not mentioned in direct conjunction with Balaam. Also in Micah chapter 6, verse 5. According to the pulpit commentary, Balak seems to be mentioned by name on a papyrus in the British Museum, Gardner and Caminos. However, transcribe and translate this name as Baalri. In 2019, Israel Finkelstein, Nadav Naaman, and Thomas Romer proposed the common reading of House of David in the Mishas Delay is actually Balak. The Zohar, the basic text of the Kabbalah, offers a special interpretation to the Balak being the son of Zippor. In Hebrew, Zippor means bird. According to the Zohar, this was not the name of Balak's father, but rather referred to a magical metal bird which Balak made use of. As the Zohar recounts, such a bird has a head made of gold, a mouth made of silver, and wings made of copper mixed with silver, and its body is made of gold. Once the bird is made, it should be put during the day in a window facing the sun, and during the night in a window facing the moon. While burning incense in front of it for 7 days and 7 nights. Thereupon, the bird would start talking and foretelling of what is about to happen. Only the most skilled of wizards could construct such a bird. Balak, the greatest wizard of his age, managed it. The bird was always sitting on Balak's shoulder and whispering in his ear, and therefore he was nicknamed Son of the Bird. The Zohar further recounts that the bird spoke true words of prophecy in Balak's ear and warned him not to set himself against the sons of Israel, and also foretold of the harsh punishment in store for himself and the Moabites. Nevertheless, Balak persisted in his wrong way and was punished exactly as the bird foretold. In the New Testament, Revelations chapter 2, verse 12 and 14 refers to Balak. And the Apocrypha, Balak is mentioned in chapter 10 of 2nd Maccabean, a book considered canonical in the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahedo Church. The weekly Torah portion, Balak is the name of the weekly parsha or portion in the annual Jewish cycle of Torah reading, consisting of Numbers 22 verse 2 through chapter 25 verse 9, which tells the story of Balak. The etymology. There are various proposed etymologies for the name Balak, all having to do with children or waste. The name Balak is in modern times claimed to come from the sparsely used Hebrew word Balak, Balaq, meaning waste or lay waste. Isaiah chapter 24, verses 1 and 3, and Jeremiah 51, verse 2. There are no derivations of this verb besides this name. Other proposals are devastator, empty, or wasting. Now, let's see if we can find this bird. It says the bird has a head made of gold. Okay, I'm just gonna copy and paste it into Google and see what comes up. Hmm. Okay, the search brought up Ezekiel. So much for the faces. The wings were spread out with the tips of one pair touching the creature on either side. The other pair of wings covered its body. So it's giving the image of maybe a fallen angel that he was consulting. Okay, this is topostext.org says Ovid Metamorphosis. Ovid Metamorphosis translates by Brooks Moore from the Cornhill edition of 1922, now in the public domain. And the Perseus Project, blah, 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 blah. My soul is wrought to sing of forms transformed to bodies new and strange. Immortal gods inspire my heart, for ye have changed yourselves, and all things you have changed. Oh, lead my song in smooth and measured strains from olden days when earth began to this completed time. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Was Balak consulting with a fallen angel? So the AI overview says, based on the biblical account in the book of Numbers, chapters 22 through 24, Balak consulted with Balaam, a known prophet and diviner from Mesopotamia. While Balaam was a non Israelite and known for his abilities in divination, the Bible doesn't describe him as consulting with fallen angels directly in this context. However, some interpretations, like those found in the Zohar, suggest that Balaam's power were connected to impure energies, and he is depicted as a powerful sorcerer who dealt with occult arts, which are said to have been learned from fallen angels, according to one source. It's important to note the distinction. The Bible describes Balak seeking Balaam to curse the Israelites. The Bible portrays Balaam as a diviner, but doesn't explicitly link him to fallen angels in the narrative. Some interpretations, like the Zohar, connect Balaam to fallen angels as a source of his occult knowledge. Therefore, while the Bible focuses on Balaam as a human diviner being consulted by Balak, some traditions offer interpretations that associate Balaam's occult arts with fallen angels. Balaam's black magic. This is kabod.org. The donkey saw God's angel. Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yossi were talking. If Balaam was so great, why did the donkey see and he didn't? And how could the Torah testify about Balaam's falling into a meditative trance with mystical vision? Was he on a higher level than all the other prophets? Could it be that this lowlife, who was only a black magician, actually beheld the supernal radiance of the Holy One, the holiness of the Master of the world? The rabbis decide to go to Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai for clarification of these issues. When they got to Rabbi Shimon, they began by quoting the well known Midrash to the effect that before God created man, he asked the opinion of the angels. The verse say, "What is mortal man that you think of him, and the finest human being that you even consider him?" Psalms 8, verse 5. We have learned that when the Holy One decided to create Adam, he called various groups of angels in and set them down before him. He announced to them, "I wish to create Adam." The angels responded with a verse from the Psalms: "With all his honor, if man will not understand, he is likened to the dumb beast." Psalms 49, verse 21. The Holy One stretched forth his finger and burned them up. He set down other groups before him and said, "I wish to create Adam." They responded, "What is mortal man that you think of him, and the finest human being that you even consider him?" That is, what is the nature of this man? You seem to have high hopes for him, but isn't it revealed before you that it is almost inevitable that he will fall? He replied to them, "I will create him in your angelic likeness, and his wisdom will exceed even yours. I will give him every advantage and hope that he will succeed despite the test which I will test him." But when he finally did create Adam, Adam sinned and was expelled from his presence. Asa and Azael spoke up before the Holy One. "Our original claim has been justified. Behold, the man that you made has sinned before you." He replied to them, "Do you think you could have done better in his situation?" What did the Holy One do? He cast them down for their level of holiness. Once they descended, the evil inclination entered them and overcame them as well. As it is written, "They took many of them as wives for themselves from whomever they chose." Genesis 6, verse 2. As a result of their sin of being arrogant, presumptuous, they were removed and banished from their former holiness. Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai heard what they were asking and what they were getting at. He replied, "First, with regard to your original question, how could the Torah have testified concerning Balaam falling into a meditative trance with mystical vision? We have a rule: holiness only dwells where there is fit vessel to receive it. This man obviously was not worthy. How then could he have had a true mystical vision?" In order to answer you, I will tie this problem in with your question about Asa and Azael. What happened to these two after the Holy One cast them out of heaven? They chased after women and caused people to err. As we have mentioned in connection with the verse, he makes spirits his angel messengers. Psalms 104, verse 4. These two were angels. How then were they able to exist on the earthly plane? Rather, none of the supernal angels can exist without receiving their life force through the supernal radiance. If this radiance is withheld from them, they cannot exist. This is all the more so true of these two, whom the Holy One cast down and thereby cut off from his supernal radiance. Their own radiance changed, and when they descended, the atmosphere of this world overcame them, and they underwent a drastic change in levels. Come and see. The manna in the desert descended from a very exalted level, from the level of the supernal radiance. As it descended down through the spiritual dimension, it gave nourishment to all. It was the very food of the angels. However, once it descended with the morning dew and the atmosphere of this world enveloped it, it thickened and coagulated. Its luster changed and it appeared completely physical. The same is true of angels, and even more so because they come from a lower level than the manna itself. When they descend, the atmosphere of this world envelops and overwhelms them, and they change from their previous level. Now, with regard to these two angels, what did the Holy One do? He saw that they were leading people astray. He bound them with metal chains in the mountains of darkness. People who found out where they were would go to them, and they would teach these people the occult arts. The Torah calls these mountains of darkness Hararai Kedem, ancient mountains of the east, based on the double meaning of Kedem, meaning east, and ancient. As the verse states, Balak, king of Moab, has brought me from Aram, from the ancient mountains of the east, telling me to come curse Jacob and conjure divine wrath against Israel. Numbers 23, verse 7. They are called ancient mountains of the east because when the world was created, darkness preceded light. As the verses describing the 6 days of creation state, it was evening and it was morning in that order. Laban, Jacob's father in law, Aram, and Balaam, a reincarnation of Laban, literally. And also because Balaam took after Laban and being a master magician, learned the occult arts from these fallen angels. Now, the place that my aunt stays, there's the neighbor right behind her house has a big caravan that says master magician. So, this is why Balaam said about himself, it is the word of one who hears God's sayings, who sees a vision of the Almighty. Numbers 24, verse 4. For Asa and Azael had taught him God's secret sayings that they had heard when they were still in heaven. This is why it says, hears God's sayings and not hears God's voice. The sayings he had heard from Asa and Azael. He also said, it is the word of the one who hears God's sayings and knows the will of the Most High. From Asa and Azael, he learned how to divine the most auspicious times to perform his art. He continued saying, who sees a vision of the Almighty while fallen in a meditative trance with mystical insight. Who are the ones who see a vision of the Almighty? Nophel, literally fallen, and Galu Enaim, meaning mystical insight. Asa and Azael. Asa is called Nophel because besides being cast down from heaven once, the Holy One forced him further down into the depths of darkness. Azael is called Galu Enayim because he didn't anger the Holy One as much as Asa. Balaam used to go to the ancient mountains of the east each day. This is why he said, Balak has brought me from the ancient mountains of the east. Rabbi Shimon said, how many times have I repeated and no one pays attention? The Holy One does not allow his presence to rest except in a place of holiness that is befitting. The Holy One therefore repeatedly warned, let there not be found among you anyone who passes his son or daughter through fire, who practices stick divination, who divines auspicious times, who divines by omens, who practices witchcraft, who uses incantations, who consults mediums and oracles, or who attempts to communicate with the dead. Deuteronomy 18:10 through 11. On the contrary, fortunate is the nation of Israel who have been made holy in order that he allow his presence to dwell among them. As it is written, God makes his presence known in your camp. Let your camp therefore be holy. Okay, so let's see if we can find the ancient mountains of the east. as it compares to the United States. Mhm. So, the ancient mountains of the East most likely refers to the Appalachian Mountains in eastern North America. I didn't even put America, I just put ancient mountains of the East. These mountains are known for being one of the oldest mountain ranges on Earth. The Appalachians formed through a series of geological events spanning hundreds of millions of years, with initial formation occurring around 480 million years ago. So let's go ahead and jump into the Wikipedia on the Appalachian Mountains. The Appalachian Mountains, often called the Appalachians, are a mountain range in eastern to northeast North America. The term Appalachian refers to several different regions associated with the mountain range and its surrounding terrain. The general definition used is one followed by the United States Geological Survey and the Geological Survey of Canada to describe the respective countries' physiographic regions. The U.S. uses the term Appalachian Highlands, and Canada uses the term Appalachian Uplands. The Appalachian Mountains are not synonymous with the Appalachian Plateau, which is one of the provinces of the Appalachian Highlands. The Appalachian Range runs from the island of Newfoundland in Canada, 2,050 miles or 3,300 kilometers southwestward to central Alabama in the United States. South of Newfoundland, it crosses the 96 square mile archipelago of St. Pierre and Miquelon, an overseas collectivity of France, meaning it is technically in three countries. The highest peak of the mountain range is Mount Mitchell in North Carolina at 6,684 feet, which is also the highest point in the United States east of the Mississippi River. The range is older than the other major mountain range in North America, the Rocky Mountains of the West. Some of the outcrops in the Appalachians contain rocks formed during the Precambrian era. The geologic processes that led to the formation of the Appalachian Mountains started 1.1 billion years ago. The first mountain range in the region was created when the continents of Laurentia and Amazonia collided, creating a supercontinent called Rodinia. The collision of these continents caused the rocks to be folded and faulted, creating the first mountains in the region. Many of the rocks and minerals that were formed during that event can currently be seen at the surface of the present Appalachian Range. Around 480 million years ago, geologic processes began that led to three distinct orogenic eras that created much of the surface structure seen in today's Appalachians. During this time, mountains once reached elevations similar to those of the Alps and the Rockies before natural erosion occurred over the last 240 million years, leading to what is present today. Let me get some water. The Appalachian Mountains are a barrier to east west travel as they form a series of alternating ridge lines and valleys oriented in opposition to most highways and railroads running east west. This barrier was extremely important in shaping the expansion of the United States in the colonial era. The range is the home of a very popular recreational feature, the Appalachian Trail. This is a 2,175 mile or 3,500 kilometer hiking trail that runs all the way from Mount Katahdin in Maine to Springer Mountain in Georgia, passing over or past a large part of the Appalachian Range. The International Appalachian Trail is an extension of this hiking trail into the Canadian portion of the Appalachian Range in New Brunswick and Quebec. The etymology: while exploring inland along the northern coast of Florida in 1528, the members of the Narvaez expedition, including Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca, found a Native American village near present day Tallahassee, Florida, whose name they transcribed as Appalachian or Appalachian, Appalachian pronunciation. The name was soon altered by the Spanish to Appalachia and used as a name for the tribe and region spreading well inland to the north. Panfilo de Narvaez's expedition first entered Appalachian territory on June 15th, 1528, and applied the name. Now spelled Appalachian, it is the fourth oldest surviving European place name in the U.S. After the 1540 expedition of Hernando de Soto, Spanish cartographers began to apply the name of the tribe to the mountains themselves. The first cartographic appearance of Appalachian is on Diego Gutierrez's map of 1562. The first use for the mountain range is the map of Jacques Lemoyne de Morgues in 1565. The name was not commonly used for the whole mountain range until the late 19th century. A competing and often more popular name was the Allegheny Mountains, the Alleghenies, and even Alleghania. In the early 19th century, Washington Irving proposed renaming the United States either Appalachia or Alleghania. In U.S. dialects in most regions of the Appalachians, the word is pronounced uh, with the third syllable sounding like latch. In some northern parts of the mountain range, particularly Pennsylvania, it is pronounced with the third syllable like lay and the fourth chins or shins. There is often great debate between the residents of the regions regarding the correct pronunciation. Elsewhere, a commonly accepted pronunciation for the adjective Appalachian is with the last two syllables IAN pronounced as the word Romanian. The geography. Perhaps partly because the range runs through large portions of both the United States and Canada, and partly because the range was formed over numerous geologic time periods, one of which is sometimes termed the Appalachian orogeny, writing communities struggle to agree on an encyclopedic definition of the mountain range. However, each of the governments has an agency that informs the public about the major landforms that make up the countries. The United States Geological Survey, USGS, and the Geological Survey of Canada, GSC. The landforms are referred to as physiographic regions. The regions create precise boundaries from which maps can be drawn. The Appalachian Highlands is the name of one of the 8 physiographic regions of the contiguous 48 United States. The Appalachian Uplands is the name of one of 7 physiographic regions of Canada. Oh, Lord. So, the Appalachian Highlands of the United States, the second level in the physiographic classification schema for the USGS is province, the same word as Canada uses to divide its political subdivisions, meaning that the terminology used by the two countries do not match below the region level. The lowest level of classification is section. Piedmont, including the uplands and lowlands sections. Blue Ridge, including the northern and southern sections. Valley and Ridge, including Tennessee, Middle, and Hudson Valley sections, St. Lawrence Valley, including only the Champlain section, Appalachian Plateaus, including the Mohawk, Catskill, southern New York, Allegheny Mountain, Kanawha, Cumberland Plateau, and Cumberland Mountain sections. New England, including the seaboard lowland, New England upland, White Mountains, Green Mountains, and Taconic Mountains, uh, Adirondack with no sections. The characteristics of the range. The Appalachian Belt includes the plateaus sloping southward to the Atlantic Ocean in New England and southeastward to the border of the coastal plain. Through the central and southern Atlantic states and on the northwest, the Allegheny and Cumberland plateaus declining toward the Great Lakes and the interior plains. A remarkable feature of the belt is the longitudinal chain of broad valleys, including the Great Appalachian Valley, which in the southerly sections divides the mountain system into two unequal portions, but in the northernmost lies west of all the ranges, possessing typical Appalachian features and separates them from the Adirondack group. The mountain system has no axis of dominating altitudes, but in every portion, the summits rise to rather uniform heights, and especially in the central section, the various ridges and intermontane valleys have the same trend as the system itself. None of the summits reaches the region of perpetual snow. In Pennsylvania, there are over 60 summits that rise over 2,500 feet or 800 meters. The summits of Mount Davis and Blue Knob rise over 3,000 feet or 900 meters. In Maryland, Eagle Rock and Dan's Mountain are conspicuous points reaching 3,162 and 2,882 feet or 964 and 878 meters, respectively. On the same side of the Great Valley, south of the Potomac, are the Pinnacle, 3,007 feet or 917 meters, and Pigeon Roost, 3,400 feet or 1,000 meters. In West Virginia, more than 150 peaks rise above 4,000 feet or 1,200 meters, including Spruce Knob of 4,863 feet or 1,482 meters, the highest point in the Allegheny Mountains. A number of other points in the state rise above 4,800 feet at 1,500 meters, which is Cheat Mountain or Snowshoe Mountain at Thorny Flat, 4,848 feet or 1,478 meters, and Bald Knob at 4,842 feet or 1,476 meters are among the more notable peaks in West Virginia. The Blue Ridge Mountains, rising in southern Pennsylvania and they're known as South Mountain, attain elevations of about 2,000 feet, 600 meters in Pennsylvania. South Mountain achieves its highest point just below the Mason Dixon line in Maryland at Kurok Mountain, 2,145 feet or 654 meters, and then diminishes in height southward to the Potomac River. Once in Virginia, the Blue Ridge again reaches 2,000 feet or 600 meters and higher. In the Virginia Blue Ridge, the following are some of the highest peaks north of the Roanoke River: Stony Man at 4,031 feet, Hawksbill Mountain at 4,066 feet, Apple Orchard Mountain 4,225 feet, and Peaks of Otter 4,001 and 3,875 feet. South of the Roanoke River along the Blue Ridge are Virginia's highest peaks, including White Top Mountain, 5,520 feet, and Mount Rogers, 5,729 feet, the highest point in the Commonwealth. And now, the way my brain is set up, I can't really remember exactly where I seen it, but I believe it said something about the Mount Herman that was at 5,000 feet and higher, something like that. Um, okay, let's just see if I can find it right quick. Mount Hermon. Okay, so it says yes, Mount Hermon's highest peak is well over 5,000 feet. Mount Hermon, located on the border of Syria and Lebanon, is the highest point on the east coast of the Mediterranean Sea. Its summit reaches an elevation of 9,232 feet or 2,814 meters above sea level. The peak within Israeli controlled territory is 7,336 feet. Okay, now let's go back. All right, we have chief summits in the southern section of the Blue Ridge are located along two main crests, the western or Unaka front along the Tennessee North Carolina border, and the eastern front in North Carolina, or one of several cross ridges between the two main crests. Major subranges of the eastern front include the Black Mountains, Great Craggy Mountains, and Great Balsam Mountains, and its chief summits include Grandfather Mountain at 5,964 feet, near the Tennessee North Carolina border, Mount Mitchell at 6,684 feet in the Blacks, and Black Balsam Knob 6,214 feet. Cold Mountain at 6,000 feet in the Great Balsams, the western Blue Ridge front is subdivided into the Unaka Range, the Bald Mountains, the Great Smoky Mountains, and the Unicoi Mountains, and its major peaks include Rowan Mountain, 6,285 feet, and the Unakas, Big Bald, 5,516 feet, and Max Patch at 4,616 feet in the Bald Mountains. Kurohi at 6,643, Mount LeConte 6,593 feet, and Mount Guyot 6,621 feet in the Great Smokies, and Big Frog Mountain 4,224, which gives me 444. Hmm. Near the Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina border. Prominent summits in the cross ridges include Water Rock Knob at 6,292 feet in the Plot Balsams. Across northern Georgia, numerous peaks exceed 4,000 feet, including Brasstown Bald, the state's highest at 4,784, and 4,696 feet, Rabun Bald. In north central Alabama, Mount Sha'aha rises prominently to 1,445 feet over its surroundings as part of the southernmost spur of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Okay, so we are mapping out the location of the fallen angels and these dark, deep, dark places that God chained them in in the darkness. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so I'm not gonna read all that. We're gonna go back. Hmm. So The Torah calls these mountains of darkness. So, yes, these are the mountains of darkness. Okay, so now we know where the fallen angels come from. Oh Lord. Okay. So as the verse states, Balak, king of Moab, has brought me from Aram, from the ancient mountains of the east, telling me to come curse Jacob and conjure divine wrath against Israel. They are called the ancient mountains of the east because when the world was created, darkness preceded light, as the verses describing the 6 days of creation state. It was evening and it was morning, in that order. Laban, Jacob's father in law in Aram, and Balaam, a reincarnation of Laban, literally, and also because Balaam took after Laban and being a master musician, learned the occult arts from these fallen angels. Okay, so what do we do now? Okay. Okay, so we have that part. Now we're going to go back into Numbers 31 and reread the curse, um, the war against the Midianites. So, Numbers 31 is the 31st chapter of the book of Numbers, the fourth book of the Pentateuch or the Torah, the central part of the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, a sacred text in Judaism and Christianity. Scholars such as Israel Knoll and Dennis T. Olson named this chapter the War Against the Midianites. We're going to start at 141. Set in the southern Transjordan regions of Moab and Midian, it narrates the Israelites waging war against the Midianites, commanded by Phinehas and Moses. So, southern Transjordanian regions of Moab and Midian. Let's write that down. My granddaughter um, keeps bringing my attention to these yellow fire hydrants that we have here in Blue Island. I'm sorry, Calumet Park, Illinois. Uh, they say EJ, East Jordan, works or something to that nature. She keeps saying EJ and reminding me of the yellow fire hydrant. She doesn't know what it says. She's 6. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Now, so these are the regions of Moab and Midian. It narrates the Israelites waging war against the Midianites, commanded by Phinehas and Moses. They killed the men, including their 5 kings and Balaam. So, 5 kings, 1 magician, master magician. We're going to call them M and M. Burnt their settlements and took captive the women, children, and livestock. Moses commanded the Israelites to kill the boys and women who had sex with men and spare the virgin girls for themselves. 144 on the timer. The spoils of war were then divided between Eleazar, the Levitical priesthood, soldiers, and Yahweh. Much scholarly and religious controversy exists surrounding the authorship, meaning, and ethics of this chapter of Numbers. It is closely connected to Numbers 25. The authorship. The majority of modern biblical scholars believe that the Torah, the books of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, written in classical Hebrew, reached its present form in the post exilic period after 520 BCE, based on pre existing written and oral traditions, as well as contemporary geographical and political realities. Numbers is a priestly redaction, editing of a non priestly original. Scholars generally recognize that mentions of the Midianites in chapters Numbers 22 through 24 are secondary priestly additions. They also generally agree that Numbers 25, verses 1 to 5, contains an earlier version of the story involving the women of Moab, for which the Israelite chiefs are punished by the judges. This earlier version was later augmented by the account in Numbers 25, verses 6 through 18, with the Midianite women and Phinehas's priesthood as their new focus, perhaps using elements from Psalm 106, verse 28 through 31 to work with. These additions, as well as the mention of a Midianite in chapter 25 and a story about the Moabites, may have been an attempt by a later editor to create a connection between Moab and Midian. Martin Noth argued that the author of chapter 31 was probably aware of the combined um, non-priestly text with the Moabite Midianite connection in chapter 25 and probably knew the entire composite Pentateuch. Therefore, Numbers 31 was written in whole or in part by an author writing later than regular priestly. Israel Knoll of 1995 argued Numbers 31 was in fact part of the Holiness Code, which was later added to the priestly source. He pointed to similarities in content, such as the focus on purification in Numbers chapter 5, verses 1 through 4, chapter 19 and 31, verses 19 through 24, as well as in linguistics in Numbers 10, verse 9, chapter 27, verse 17, chapter 31, verse 6, and chapter 19. And Exodus chapter 40, verse 15, all of which have been previously identified with the Holiness School, or HS, by other scholars. Some linguistic and theological features also distinguish Numbers 31 from the priestly Torah, or PT, text, such as the wrath of God, which is mentioned several times by HS but never by PT. Some scholars think that the added text was written at a time when the priestly line of Phinehas' descendants was being challenged. The background: Israelite Moabite fraternization at Peor. Numbers chapter 25, verses 1 through 9. So the book of Numbers traces the origins of the Israelite Midianite conflict in chapters 22 through 25. The Israelites traveling from Egypt and encamping on the eastern bank of the Jordan River, there's that EJ, across from Jericho, were on the brink of war with the Moabites, not Midianites. The Moabite king Balak hired the sorcerer Balaam to curse the Israelite soldiers from the peak of Mount Peor. But the Israelite God Yahweh forced him to instead bless the Israelites encamped at Shittim, which he did, Numbers 22 through 24. Due to his behavior with the Midianites, the rabbis interpret Balaam as responsible for the behavior during the hearsay of Peor, which they consider to have been unchastity, and consequently the death of 24,000 victims of the plague, which God sent as punishment. When Balaam saw that he could not curse the children of Israel, the rabbis assert that he advised Balak, as a last resort, to tempt the Hebrew nation to immoral acts, and through these to the worship of Baal Peor. The god of the Hebrews, adds Balaam, according to the rabbis, hates lewdness and idol worshiping. Severe chastisement must follow. Thus, the Israelite men began to fraternize with Moabite women by having sex with them and worshiping their gods, including Baal. Numbers 25 1 through 3. This angered Yahweh, and he instructed Moses to massacre all Israelite men who had done this. Moses passed on these instructions to the judges of Israel. Numbers 25, verses 4 through 9. Plague inside the Israelite camp. Numbers 25, verses 6 through 18. In verse 6, the narrative suddenly shifts when the Israelite man Zimri brings the Midianite woman Cosbi, daughter of Midianite king Zer, to the Israelite camp, after which the Israelites are said to have been hit by a plague that left 24,000 dead. Phinehas killed Zimri and Cosbi, ending the plague. Yahweh claimed that Cosbi brought this plague upon the Israelites and told them to treat the Midianites as enemies and kill them. Interlude, Numbers 26 through 30. The next four chapters say nothing about the incident at Peor except that the plague had passed. Numbers 26 verse 1. Yahweh instructed Moses and his priest Eleazar to take a census among the Israelites. Numbers 26. Settled an inheritance dispute and the future succession of Moses by Joshua in Numbers 27. Instructed the Israelites how to conduct certain sacrifices and festivals in Numbers 28 through 29, and regulated vows between men and women and fathers and daughters in Numbers 30. The narrative. Preparations in verses 1 through 6. In verses 1 and 2, Yahweh reminded Moses to take revenge on the Midianites as instructed in Numbers 25, verses 16 through 18, as his last act before his death. Accordingly, Moses instructed 1,000 men of each of the 12 tribes of Israel, 12,000 in number in total, under Phinehas' leadership to attack Midian. War, 7 through 13. The Israelite soldiers are narrated to have killed all Midianite men, including the 5 kings as well as the sorcerer Balaam. According to verse 49, the Israelites themselves suffered 0 casualties. All Midianite towns and camps were burnt. All Midianite women, children, and livestock were deported as captives to the camp on the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho, where Moses and Eleazar received them. Killing of captive children and non-virgin women. 14 through 18. Moses was angry that the soldiers had left all women alive, saying they were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to Yahweh in the Peor incident. So a plague struck Yahweh's people. Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourselves every girl who has never slept with a man. Ritual purification, 19 through 24. Next, Moses and Eleazar instructed the soldiers to ritually cleanse and purify themselves, the captives, and all objects they had over a period of 7 days. Objects mentioned are the clothes, all objects of leather, goat hair, and wood, and all metal objects, specifying that all fireproof objects had to be cleansed by both fire and water, the rest only by water. Division of spoils of war. The plunder from the Midianite campaign was 675,000 sheep, 72,000 cattle, 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 women who had never slept with a man. Yahweh instructed Moses and Eleazar to divide these spoils according to a 1-to-1 ratio between the Israelite soldiers on the one hand and the Israelite civilians on the other. Yahweh demanded a 0.2% share of the soldier's half of the spoils for himself. This tribute would be given to him via the Levites, who were responsible for the care of Yahweh's tabernacle. Some of the Midianite golden jewelry plundered during the war combined weight about 418 pounds or 190 kilograms was also offered as gift to Yahweh to make atonement for ourselves before Yahweh. The interpretation, historicity, and theology. The scholarly consensus is that this war did not take place, certainly not as narrated. Within the wider context of the Exodus, there probably never was an invasion of Canaan, the promised land, by all Israelites escaping from slavery in Egypt. Scholars such as Mark S. Smith assert that Israelite culture emerged from the wider Canaanite culture surrounding it, with whom it had strong linguistic, religious, and other cultural links. There was no political unification of several Semitic Canaanite tribes into a single Israelite state until after 1100 BCE. Although some Egyptologists, such as Redford of 1997, Naaman of 2011, and Batak of 2015, have argued that some Canaanites, referred to Batak as Proto-Israelites, may have been deported to Egypt during the 19th dynasty's occupation and rule over Canaan under Pharaoh Ramses II. 1279 through 1213 BCE. They say there is no indication that this included all so-called Proto-Israelites, most of whom would have experienced Egyptian rule inside Canaan itself in the late 13th century BCE. Naaman argued that the existing narrative in the collective Hebrew memory of Egyptian rule was remodeled according to the Israelites of the late 8th and 7th centuries in Canaan, integrating the experience with the Assyrian oppression and deportations. The modern scholarly consensus is that the biblical person of Moses is largely a mythical figure, while also holding that a Moses-like figure may have existed somewhere in the southern Transjordan in the mid-late 13th century BC, and that archaeology is unable to confirm either way. The narrative of Numbers 31 specifically is one out of many in the Hebrew Bible, seeking to establish the Israelites as the chosen people of the God Yahweh, who blessed them with victory in battle, health, and prosperity as long as they were faithful to his commands. This second generation of Israelites suffered not a single casualty throughout Numbers 26 through 36, while the first generation suffered much death in the wilderness, chapters 13 through 14 and 25. The claims that 12,000 Israelite soldiers exterminated or captured the entire Midianite population and destroyed all their towns without suffering a single casualty are held to be historically impossible and should be understood as symbolic. Remember, this is a spiritual war, not a physical one. Moreover, even other biblical books set in later times still refer to the Midianites as an independent people, such as Judges chapters 6 through 8, where Gideon fights them. Some biblical non-literalists hold that the author or authors wished to convey a theological message about Yahweh, about who Yahweh, Moses, Eleazar, and Phinehas were, and how powerful the Israelites would be if Yahweh was on their side. Olson in 2012 noted that the name Cosby comes from the three Hebrew consonants KZB, aka, who's that? The Cosby Show, meaning to lie, deceive. The idea that Cosby deceived the Israelites is emphasized in verse 25, verse 18. The Midianites deceived or harassed, assaulted, vexed, Nicolou, you with their tricks, Benelek, Beniclehem, in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Cosby, the daughter of a Midianite leader, the woman who was killed when the plague came as a result of that incident. This suggests she was not a historical character but invented as a metaphor for danger to the Israelites. Brown of 2015 described how the structure of Numbers 31 showed a pattern of command, obedience, extension, purification, command, obedience, extension. Yahweh commands the Israelites through Moses to execute vengeance and divide the spoils. The Israelite soldiers obey, then do more than Yahweh commanded, is the extension. The purification is the only action that happens only once and functions as a bridge between the two series. Both Olson and Brown noted that Moses is portrayed as remarkably passive in chapter 25, and he was failing to solve the problem. Phineas had to intervene and take the initiative to slay Cosby, and Zimri was granted the eternal priesthood and later allowed to lead the Israelites against Midian. Brown added that chapter 27 further undermined the political position of an increasingly disobedient Moses in favor of the priesthood, with Yahweh revealing Moses' time is up and he will soon die. This supports the view that the added text was written at a time when the priestly line of Phineas's descendants was being challenged, as it bolsters their legitimacy as the priestly successors of Moses. The motive. Scholars disagree about the exact motive Yahweh is claimed to have had in ordering Moses to wage the war against the Midianites. Evidently, something that the Israelite man Zimri and especially the Midianite princess Cosby did was at the root of the conflict, though what offense they allegedly committed is a source of scholarly confusion. It is not clear from chapter 25 alone whether Cosby, as a Midianite, had anything to do with the Moabites, nor whether she had sex with Zimri, nor whether he had started worshiping other gods because of her, as other Israelite men had with Moabite women, according to verse 25 and 1. Nor is it clear whether she spread an existing plague to the Israelites or that Yahweh cursed them with a new plague as a punishment of Zimri fraternizing with Cosby or violating the sanctity of the tabernacle. Questions surrounding the Balaam Moabite connection. After the Israelite victory over the Midianites 6 chapters later, Moses is said to have made the following connection. The Midianite women were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to Yahweh in the Peor incident, so that a plague struck Yahweh's people. This contradicts verses 25, chapter 25, verses 1 to 3, which states the women were Moabites, and verses 25, 16 through 18, in which Yahweh himself claimed that the plague did not hit the Israelite camp until the Midianite princess Cosby entered it, without reference to sex or foreign gods worship, leading Yahweh to instruct Moses to kill the Midianites, not the Moabites. The fact that the Moabites and Midianites are equated as having committed the same offenses, and Moses blames Balaam, a Moabite, for whatever the Midianite women, or rather a single Midianite woman who had already been slain, did, has puzzled scholars. I'll be right back, guys. Gotta take a pee pee break.
All right.
So, Noel in 1995 argued that the original non peak text, preserved in 25 verses 1 to 5, had Moabite women as the main characters, but the DH editor, seeking to legitimize Phineas and his descendants' claims to the priesthood, replaced them with Midianite women in a sloppy manner so that the resulting new text of 25 verses 6 through 18 and all of chapter 31 confused the two tribes. Olson of 2012 agreed, writing, some of these disjunctions within the narrative may have resulted from the combining of earlier and later traditions into one story. Ellicott of 1897, however, proposed that Balaam entered into Midianite service after being dismissed by the Moabite king Balak. Nonetheless, he elaborates that the Midianites in Numbers 31 were wealthy tribes that lived in the plains of east of Moab. He also observes that the Ammonites joined the Moabites in corrupting Israel, according to Deuteronomy 23 verses 3 through 4. Barnes likewise suggests that the Peor incident was only perpetrated by the Midianites. Thus, the appearance of the Moabites in Numbers 25, verse 1 is most likely due to the Moabites initiating the incident or being close courtiers of Balak, according to Benson. Poole, on the other hand, affirms the connection between the Midianites and Moabites, but argues that the Moabites were spared due to being descendants of Lot. Alternatively, he argues that the Midianites sinned more egregiously than the Moabites in the Peor incident, thus warranting their extermination. Likewise, Koch describes the Midianites as cruel and odious offenders who were willing to prostitute a daughter of an honorable family to disgrace and destroy Israel. Okay, and here we go with the prostitution. So, the foreign idolatry hypothesis. Hamilton, 2005, concluded that Yahweh commanded holy war against Midian in retaliation for the latter's seduction of Israel into acts of harlotry and idolatry. Olson of 2012 stated, the inclusion of the women of Midian in enticing the Israelites into the worship of an alien god became the reason that justified the later assault against Midian in Numbers 21 or 31. He also pointed to Psalm 106, verses 28 through 31, which claims that the plague broke out due to Yahweh being angry at the Israelites for eating sacrifices offered to lifeless gods at Peor. Finally, Olson argued that Moses' apparent failure to punish the idolaters, 25 verses 4 to 5, is what motivated Phineas to take matters into his own hands by killing Zimri and Cosby. Brown of 2015 stated, in Numbers 31, verse 16, Moses justifies his command by appealing to the Midianites' role in the apostasy and plague recounted in Numbers 25, and commentators have generally accepted that explanation and concluded that the text portrays the utter destruction of Midian as the fulfillment of Yahweh's call for vengeance. Sexual transgression hypothesis. Some commentators concluded that motive for the war against the Midianites was that Zimri and Cosby had illicit sex, with Keel and Delich writing, Zimri brought Cosby into the camp of the Israelites before the eyes of Moses and all the congregation to commit adultery with her in his tent. Jameson Fawcett Brown, as well as Killed and Delish, suggested that the Midianites had instigated the Moabite women to seduce the Israelite men, verses 1 and 2, and so only the Midianites were to atone for their wickedness, which violated the divinity and honor of Yahweh, not the Moabites. Jameson Fawcett Brown added that Yahweh wanted to spare the Moabites because they were the descendants of Lot. Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 9. Victor P. Hamilton concluded in 2005 that Yahweh commanded holy war against Midian in retaliation for the latter's seduction of Israel into acts of harlotry and idolatry. Joanne Peter Lang believed that young Midianite boys were also guilty of corrupting the Israelitish women, thus warranting their execution in Numbers 31, verses 13 through 18. Tabernacle desecration hypothesis. Take that off. Sarah Schechtman argued in 2009 that Zimri and Cosby were not guilty of sexual transgressions at all. Sex with a foreigner is never even considered a capital offense by the Holiness Code, or H. Rather, they had come too close to the holy tabernacle, also called the tent of the congregation. She based this on the Hebrew verb masar, masr, and the Hebrew noun ma'al, ma-al, used in verse 31 and 16 for encroachment, which has the connotation of close proximity and violation of priestly authority. According to Sheckman, the resulting combination, lim shar ma'al, means to instigate sacrilege or trespass. In several other places in the book of Numbers, like 18 verses 5 to 7, the stated punishment for encroachment on certain parts of the tabernacle by non Israelites or non Levite Israelites is death. Sheckman also noted that Numbers 8, verse 19, claimed that a plague will strike the Israelites when they go near the sanctuary. And in Numbers 16, verses 42 through 50, or Numbers chapter 17, verses 7 through 15, in some Bible editions, this actually happened, and 14,700 Israelites died of a plague before Aaron stopped it by making an incense offering to Yahweh. In an incident soon after, chapter 17, verses 10 through 13, or Numbers 17, verses 25 through 28. The Israelites panicked when Moses entered the tabernacle, fearing they were all going to die. She concluded that Numbers 25, verses 6 through 18, served three purposes: illustrating the encroachment law, legitimizing Phinehas's ascendancy to the high priesthood, and justifying the war against the Midianites in Numbers 31. Unlike the non-P text in 25 verses 1 through 5, there is no indication that there is anything particularly wrong with Cosby as a woman or a foreigner, nor are she and Zimri accused of sexual transgression. They are both simply people from categories forbidden to encroach on the tabernacle. Only the fact that she is a Midianite princess is used as a pretext for the war against the Midianites. No connection to Baal Peor incident. Based on his exegesis of Joshua chapter 24 and verse 9, Ellicott of 1905 argued that Balaam's curse against Israel and the war in Numbers 31 were two separate acts of hostility initiated by Balak. However, he admits that the Hebrew Bible does not sufficiently indicate whether this was the case. Balak's motives for waging war against Israel ranged from pure hatred to self-defense. Ethics. Scholarly discussions. Susan Nittige explained in 1995 that the priestly ideology of war in Numbers 31 regarded all enemies as unclean and therefore deserving of God's vengeance, except those still in possession of feminine virginity. Female children who have not lain with a man are clean slates in terms of their identity, unmarked by the enemy, and after a period of purification can be absorbed into the people of Israel. 2:15 on the timer. Hamilton in 2005 called Numbers 31 a gruesome chapter where only young virgin girls may be spared, and not even young boys are exempted. He argued that the two major concerns of number 31 are the idea that war is a defiling activity, but Israelite soldiers need to be ritually pure, so they may only fight wars for a holy cause, and are required to cleanse themselves afterwards to restore their ritual purity. The Israelite campaign against Midian was blessed by Yahweh and could therefore be considered a holy war. Simultaneously, however, the Israelite soldiers are said to be defiled by the killing and in need of a 7-day purification of their bodies, clothes, and metal possessions, and to require atonement for ourselves before Yahweh. Thus, the use of military violence, even if divinely mandated, is cast as a negative act that, in order to be erased, requires ritual cleansing of the body and possessions, as well as sacrifice in the form of 0.2% share of the soldier's spoils as a tribute to Yahweh. Dennis T. Olson wrote in 2012 that the bulk of the chapter deals with the purification of soldiers and booty from the impurity of war and the allotment of the spoils, while the actual battle is summarized in 2 verses. The Israelite soldiers' actions closely followed the holy war regulations set out in Deuteronomy 20, verse 14. You may, however, take as your booty the women, the children, livestock, and everything else in the town. All its spoil, but in this case, Moses was angry because he also wanted the male children and non virgin women to be killed, a marked departure from these regulations, according to Olson. He concluded many aspects of this holy war text may be troublesome to a contemporary reader, but understood within the symbolic world of the ancient writers of Numbers. The story of the war against the Midianites is a kind of dress rehearsal that builds confidence and hope in anticipation of the actual conquest of Canaan that lay ahead. Ken Brown in 2015 stated the command to kill all but the virgin girls is without precedent in the Pentateuch. However, Judges 21 precisely parallels Moses' command. Like Numbers 25, the story recounted in Judges 19 through 21 centers on the danger of apostasy, but its tale of civil war and escalating violence also emphasizes the tragedy that can result from the indiscriminate application of vengeance. The whole account is highly ironic. The Israelites set out to avenge the rape of one woman, only to authorize the rapes of 600 more. They regret the results of one slaughter, so they commit another to repair it. Keith Allen in 2019 remarked, God's work or not, this is military behavior that would be taboo today and might lead to a war crimes trial. 219 on the timer. According to the book of Exodus, the Midianites had sheltered Moses during his 40-year voluntary exile after killing an Egyptian. Exodus 2, verses 11 through 21. The Midianite priest, Jethro, Reuel, Hobab, acted positively towards Yahweh in Exodus chapter 12, and his daughter Zipporah became Moses' wife in Exodus chapter 2, verse 21. Scholars find it difficult to explain how Moses commanded the Israelites to exterminate and enslave the entire Midianite people while having a Midianite wife and father in law. Religious discussions. Numbers 31 and similar biblical episodes are sometimes referred to in religious morality debates between apologists and critics of religion. Rabbi and scholar Shay J.D. Cohen of 1999 argued that the implications of Numbers 31 verses 17 through 18 are unambiguous. We may be sure that for yourselves means that the warriors may use their virgin captives sexually, adding that Shimon Bar Yochai understood the passage correctly. On the other hand, he noted that other rabbinical commentaries, such as B and Y, Kiddushin, and Yavamot, claimed that for yourselves meant as servants. Later apologists, both Jewish and Christian, adopted the later interpretation. The following command to purify the Midianite girls and the Israelite soldiers in Numbers 31, verse 19, is also used to argue that the Israelites recognized war as being destructive. The Age of Reason, 1795. Thomas Paine wrote about the chapter. Among the detestable villains that in any period of the world would have disgraced the name of man, it is impossible to find a greater than Moses, if this account be true. Here is here is an order to butcher the boys, to massacre the mothers, and debauch the daughters. Richard Watson, the Bishop of Llandaff, sought to refute Paine's arguments. I see nothing in this proceeding but good policy combined with mercy. The young men might have become dangerous avengers of what they would esteem their country's wrongs. The mothers might have again allured the Israelites to the love of licentiousness, pleasure, and the practice of idolatry, and brought another plague upon the congregation. But the young maidens, not being polluted by the flagitious habits of their mothers, nor likely to create disturbance by rebellion, were kept alive. You, Paine, give a different turn to the matter. You say that 32,000 women children were consigned to debauchery by the order of Moses. Prove this, and I will allow that Moses was the horrid monster you make him. Prove this, and I will allow that the Bible is what you call it, a book of lies, wickedness, and blasphemy. The women children were not reserved for the purposes of debauchery, but of slavery, a custom abhorrent from our manners, but everywhere practiced in former times, and still practiced in countries where the benignity of the Christian religion has not softened the ferocity of human nature. And that is Richard Watson, the Bishop of Llandaff, An Apology for the Bible, and a series of letters addressed to Thomas Paine, author of a book entitled The Age of Reason, 1796. Debating Baptist minister Al Sharpton in 2007, atheist writer Christopher Hitchens argued that the binding of Isaac and the extermination of the Amalekites were immoral divine commandments in the Old Testament, and recalled the previous debate. The Bishop of Llandaff, in an argument with Thomas Paine, once said, well, when it says keep the women, as Paine had pointed out, he said, I'm sure God didn't mean just to keep them for immoral purposes. But what does the Bishop of Llandaff know about that? It says, kill all the men, kill all the children, and keep the virgins. I think I know what they had in mind. I don't think it's moral teaching. How do you know who is a virgin or not? In 2010, Hitchens mocked the Ten Commandments for banning adultery but not rape. Then again, what about rape? It seems to be very strongly recommended along with genocide, slavery, and infanticide in Numbers 31, verses 1 through 18, and surely constitutes a rather extreme version of sex outside marriage. In the 2006 documentary, The Root of All Evil, Part 2, The Virus of Faith, Richard Dawkins commanded Moses' acts in Numbers 31, asking, how is this story of Moses morally distinguishable from Hitler's rape of Poland, Saddam Hussein's massacre of the Kurds, and the Marsh Arabs? He contrasted this behavior with Moses' own commandment of thou shalt not kill. Seth Andrews wrote in Deconverted in 2012 that Numbers 31 was one of several parts of the Bible that made him seriously question the Christian God's ethics, claiming that his Christian friends and family did not have satisfactory answers and ultimately did not really care to think about the moral implications of the text. In 2012, M.A. Nieper called Numbers 31:17 through 18 appalling. Instead of trying to save the people of Midian, Moses orders many of their death. The lucky people, the virgin girls who are allowed to live, are made into sex slaves for disgusting, homicidal post hoc mercenaries that do all their bidding from a man who says that a God that no one can see tells them to do. This is one of the most sickening things in the so called Holy Bible. Christian apologist John Beria speculated in 2017 that Balaam was dismissed without pay by King Balak of Moab and then set up the Midianite women to seduce the Israelite men to sexually immorality and idolatry in the same manner as he had previously done with the Moabite women. The execution of Midianite women who had sex with Israelite men was therefore a just punishment for compromising the men of Israel, while turning prisoners into sex slaves was supposedly inconsistent with many other laws against sexual immorality. Beria concluded that making the surviving virgin women and girls as servants and integrating them into Israel may have been the best among lousy alternatives. Fate of the 32 virgins. It is not clear what happened to Yahweh's 0.1% share of the spoils of war, including 808 animals, verses 36 through 39, and 32 human virgin women, girls, verse 40, who are entrusted to the Levites, who are responsible for maintaining Yahweh's tabernacle, verses 30 and 47. Two Hebrew terms are used to indicate they are a tribute or levy that is offered or contributed to Yahweh. Mekes, Mekes, or Hamekes, Hammekes, verses 28, 37, and 41, generally translated as tribute, tax, or levy. Outside these three occurrences in Numbers 31, it appears nowhere else in the Hebrew Bible. It is also attested in Ugaritic as Mekes or Mix, and in Akkadian as Mixu. An inflection of mix is Umixam, occurring only in verses 38, 39, and 40. Terumat, verses 29 and 41, the term teruma, plural terumat, is generally translated as heave, offering, or contribution, and is associated with heave offerings. Some scholars have concluded that these 32 human virgins were to be sacrificed to Yahweh as a burnt offering along with the animals. For example, in 1854, Carl Falk Laban compared the incident with the near sacrifice of Iphigenia in Greek mythology, claiming, according to Leviticus 29, sacrifices of human victims were clearly established among the Jews. After recounting the story of Jephthah's daughter in Judges 11, he reasoned the Jews, according to Numbers chapter 31, took 61,000 asses, 72,000 oxen, 675,000 sheep, and 32,000 virgins, whose fathers, mothers, brothers were butchered. There were 16,000 girls for the soldiers, 16,000 for the priests, and on the soldiers' share there was levied a tribute of 32 virgins for the Lord. What became of them? The Jews had no nuns. What was the Lord's share in all the wars of the Hebrews if it was not blood? Carl Fludger in 1995 cited Exodus 17, Numbers 31, Deuteronomy 13, and 20 as examples of human sacrifice demanded by Yahweh, adding that according to 1 Samuel 15, Saul lost his kingship of Israel because he had withheld the human sacrifice that Yahweh, the God of Israel, expected as his due after war. Susan Nittich remarked in 1995 that at the time of her writing, increasingly scholars suggest that Israel engaged in state sponsored rituals of child sacrifice. Although such ritual activity is condemned by Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and other biblical writers, Leviticus 18 and 21, Deuteronomy 12 and 31, 18 and 10, Jeremiah 7:30 through 31, 19 and 5, Ezekiel 20 and 31. And the 7th century reformer King Josiah sought to put an end to it. The notion of a God who desires human sacrifice may well have been an important thread in Israelite belief. She cited the Mesha Stele as evidence that the neighboring Moabites performed human sacrifices with prisoners of war to their god Chemosh after successfully attacking an Israelite city in the 9th century BCE. Before the 7th century BCE, reformers of King Josiah of the southern kingdom of Judah tried to end the practice of human/child sacrifice. It appears to have been commonplace in Israelite military culture. Other scholars have concluded that the virgins and animals were kept alive and used by the Levites as their share of the spoils. Some even posited that human sacrifice, especially child sacrifice, was foreign to the Israelites, thus making the possibility of sacrificing the Midianite virgins unfeasible. Carl Friedrich Kiel and Franz Delitzsch argued in 1870 that the 32 were enslaved. Of the one half, the priest received 675 head of small cattle, 72 oxen, 61 asses, and 32 maidens for Jehovah. And these Moses handed over to Eleazar, and in all probability for the maintenance of the priest, in the same manner as the tithes. Numbers 18:26 through 28, and Leviticus 27:30 through 33, so that they might put the cattle into their own flocks. Numbers 35 and 3, and slay oxen or sheep as they required them, whilst they sold the asses and made slaves of the gifts, and not in the character of a vow, in which case the clean animals would have had to be sacrificed, and the unclean animals, as well as the human beings, to be redeemed. Why would the clean animals be sacrificed? Okay, so since I saw what I saw yesterday in regards to what that trick, um, we're going to talk about the Levite's concubine. 233. The episode of the Levite's concubine, also known as the Benjamite War in Judges 19 through 21, concerns a Levite from Ephraim and his concubine. They travel through the Benjamite city of Gibeah and are assailed by a mob who wish to gang rape the Levite. The man took his concubine over to the crowd and they rape her until she collapses. After she dies from her ill treatment, the Levite dismembers her body and presents the remains to the other tribes of Israel. Outraged by the incident, the tribes swear that none shall give his daughter to the Benjamites for marriage, and launch a war which nearly wipes out the tribe, leaving only 600 surviving men. However, the punitive expedition is overcome by remorse, fearing that it will cause the extinction of an entire tribe. To ensure the survival of the Benjamite tribe while still complying with their oath, the Levites pillage and massacre the city of Jabesh Gilead, none of whose residents partook in the war or in the vow, and capture its 400 maidens as wives for the Benjamites. The 200 men still lacking women are subtly allowed to abduct the maidens dancing at Shiloh. yesterday I found a card in a box randomly. Uh, One of the kids' cards. It was the letter D, and on it it had dancing. Okay, Daddy. The biblical account, the outrage at Gibeah. A Levite from the mountains of Ephraim had a concubine who left him and returned to the house of her father in Bethlehem in Judah. Heidi M. Speck observes that this story serves to support the institution of monarchy and the choice of the locations of Ephraim, the ancestral home of Samuel, who anointed the first king, and Bethlehem, the home of King David, are not accidental. According to the King James Version and the New International Version, the concubine was unfaithful to the Levite, according to a note in the Septuagint, and in the New Living Translation, she was angry with him. Rabbinical interpretations say that the woman was both fearful and angry with her husband and left because he was selfish, putting his comfort before his wife and their relationship. And the Cambridge Bible for Schools and Colleges argues that the translation as angry suits the context, which implies a quarrel but not unfaithfulness on the woman's part. The Levite traveled to Bethlehem to retrieve her, and for 5 days her father managed to persuade him to delay their departure. On the fifth day, the Levite declined to postpone their journey any longer, and they set out late in the day. As they approached Jebus, or Jerusalem, the servant suggested they stop for the night, but the Levite refused to stay in a Jebusite city and they continued on to Gibeah. J.P. Fokelman argues that Judges 19:11 through 14 is a chiasm, which hinges on the Levite referring to Jebus as a town of aliens who are not of Israel. In doing this, the narrator is hinting at the selfishness and rancid group egotism of the Levite. Yet it is not the aliens of Jebus who commit a heinous crime, but Benjamites in Gibeah. They arrived in Gibeah just at nightfall. The Levite and his party waited in the public square, but no one offered the customary hospitality. Eventually, an old man came in from working in the field and inquired as to their situation. He too was from the mountains of Ephraim, but had lived among the Benjamites for some time. He invited them to spend the night at his house rather than the open square. He brought him into his house and gave fodder to the donkeys. They washed their feet and ate and drank. Suddenly, certain men of the city surrounded the door and beat on the door. They spoke to the master of the house, the old man, saying, "Bring out the man who came to your house, that we may know him." To know is probably a euphemism for sexual intercourse here, as in other biblical texts and as the NRSV translates it. The Ephraimite host offered instead his own maiden daughter and the Levite's concubine. Ken Stone observes apparently the sexual violation of women was considered less shameful than that of men, at least in the eyes of other men. Such an attitude reflects both social subordination of women and the fact that homosexual rape was viewed as a particularly severe attack on male honor. When the men would not be dissuaded, the Levite thrust the concubine out the door. They abused her all night, not letting her go until dawn, when she collapsed outside the door, where the Levite found her the next morning. Finding her unresponsive, he placed her on a donkey and continued his journey home. The account does not state when or where the woman died. Upon his return, he carved up her body into 12 pieces, which he sent to the 12 tribes of Israel, demanding revenge. The war against Benjamin outraged the Confederated tribes, mobilized to demand justice, and gathered a combined force of about 400,000 Confederated Israelites at Mizpah. They sent men through all the tribe of Benjamin, demanding that they deliver up the men who committed the crime to be executed. But the Benjamites refused and decided to go to war to defend the men of Gibeah instead. They gathered a rebel Benjamite force of 26,000 to defend Gibeah. According to Judges 20, verse 16, among all these soldiers, there were 700 select troops who were left handed, each of whom could sling a stone at a hair and not miss. When the tribe of Benjamin refused to surrender the guilty parties, the rest of the tribes marched on Gibeah. On the first day of battle, the Confederated Israelite tribes suffered heavy losses. On the second day, Benjamin went out against them from Gibeah and cut down thousands of the Confederated Israelite swordsmen. Then the Confederated Israelites went up to the house of God. They sat there before the Lord and fasted that day until evening, and they offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. The ark of the covenant of God was there in those days, and Phinehas the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, stood before it. And the Lord said, "Go up, for tomorrow I will deliver them into your hand." On the third day, the Confederated Israelites set men in ambush all around Gibeah. They formed into formation as before, and the rebelling Benjamites went out to meet them. The rebelling Benjamites killed about 30 in the highways and in the field. Anticipating another victory, they were unaware of the trap that had been set as the Confederated Israelites appeared to retreat, and the Benjamites were drawn away from the city to the highways in pursuit, one of which goes up to Bethel and the other to Gibeah. Those besieging the city sent up a great cloud of smoke as a signal, and the Israelite main force wheeled around to attack. When the Benjamites saw their city in flames and that the retreat had been a ruse, they panicked and routed toward the desert. Pursued by the Confederated Israelites, about 600 survived the onslaught and made for the more defensible rock of Rimmon, where they remained for 4 months. The Israelites withdrew through the territory of Benjamin, destroying every city they came to, killing every inhabitant and all the livestock. Finding new wives. According to the Hebrew Bible, the men of Israel had sworn an oath at Mizpah, saying, "None of us shall give his daughter to Benjamin as a wife." Then the people came to the house of God and remained there before God till evening. They lifted up their voices and wept bitterly and said, "O Lord God of Israel, why has this come to pass in Israel that today there should be one tribe missing in Israel?" So it was on the next morning that the people rose early and built an altar there and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. The children of Israel said, "Who is there among all the tribes of Israel who did not come up with the assembly to the Lord?" For they had made a great oath concerning anyone who had not come up to the Lord at Mizpah, saying, "He shall surely be put to death." And the children of Israel grieved for Benjamin their brother and said, "One tribe is cut off from Israel today. What shall we do for wives for those who remain, seeing we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give them our daughters as wives?" And they said, "What one is there from the tribes of Israel who did not come up to Mizpah to the Lord?" And in fact, no one had come to the camp from Jabesh Gilead to the assembly. For when the people were counted, indeed, not one of the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead was there. So the congregation sent out their 12,000 of their most valiant men and commanded them, saying, "Go and strike the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead with the edge of the sword, including the women and children. And this is the thing that you shall do. You shall utterly destroy every male and every woman who has known a man intimately." So they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had not known a man intimately. Again, how did they know this? And they brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. Then the whole congregation sent word to the children of Benjamin who were at the rock of Rimmon and announced peace to them. So Benjamin came back at that time, and they gave them the women whom they had saved alive of the women of Jabesh Gilead, and yet they had not found enough for them. And the people grieved for Benjamin because the Lord had made a void in the tribes of Israel. Then the elders of the congregation said, "What shall we do for wives for those who remain, since the women of Benjamin have been destroyed?" And they said, "There must be an inheritance for the survivors of Benjamin, that a tribe may not be destroyed from Israel. However, we cannot give them wives from our daughters, for the children of Israel have sworn an oath, saying, 'Cursed be the one who gives a wife to Benjamin.'" Then they said, "In fact, there is a yearly feast of the Lord in Shiloh, which is north of Bethel, on the east side of the highway that goes up from Bethel Shechem and south of Lebonah." Therefore they instructed the children of Benjamin, saying, "Go, lie in wait in the vineyards and watch, and just when the daughters of Shiloh come out to perform their dances, then come out from the vineyards, and every man catch a wife for himself from the daughters of Shiloh. Then go to the land of Benjamin. Then it shall be, when their fathers or their brothers come to us to complain, that we will say to them, 'Be kind to them for our sakes, because we did not take a wife for any of them in the war.' For it is not as though you have given the women to them at this time, making yourselves guilty of your oath." And the children of Benjamin did so on Tubal. They took enough wives for their number from those who danced, whom they caught. Then they went and returned to their inheritance, and they rebuilt the cities and dwelt in them. So the children of Israel departed from there at that time, every man to his tribe and family. They went out from there, every man to his inheritance. According to the book of Judges, chapter 20, verses 15 through 18, the strength of the armies numbered 26,000 men on the Benjamin side, of whom only 700 from Gibeah, and 400,000 men on the other side. Rabbinical interpretation. R. Ebiathar and R. Yonatan explained that this incident shows that a person should never abuse his household, for in this narrative it resulted in the death of tens of thousands of Israelites in the ensuing warfare. What happens within the small family unit is reflective of society as a whole, and marital peace is the basis for every properly functioning society. According to some rabbinical commentators, Phinehas sinned due to his not availing his servitude of Torah instruction to the masses at the time leading up to the Battle of Gibeah. In addition, he also failed to address the needs of relieving Jephthah of his vow to sacrifice his daughter. As consequence, the high priesthood was taken from him and temporarily given to the offspring of Ithamar, essentially Eli and his sons. Skeptical views. Traditionally, the story of the concubine of a Levite and the preceding story of Micah's shrine have been seen as supplemental material appended to the book of Judges in order to describe the chaos and depravity to which Israel had sunk by the end of the period of the Judges, and thereby justify the establishment of the monarchy. The lack of this institution, at that time there was no king in Israel, is repeated a number of times, such as Judges 17 verse 6, 18 verse 1, 19 verse 1, and 21 verse 25. Yara Amit in the book of Judges, The Art of Editing, in 2007, concluded that chapters 19 through 21 were written by a post-exilic author whose intent was to make the political statement that Israel works together. According to some scholars, the biblical text describing the battle and the events surrounding it is considerably late in date, originating close to the time of the Deuteronomist compilation of Judges from its source material, and clearly has several exaggerations of both numbers and modes of warfare. Additionally, the inhospitality which triggered the battle is reminiscent of the Torah's account of Sodom and Gomorrah. Many biblical scholars concluded that the account was a piece of political spin, which had been intended to disguise atrocities carried out by the tribe of Judah against Benjamin, probably in the time of David, as an act of revenge or spite by David against the associates of Saul by casting them further back in time and adding a more justifiable motive. More recently, scholars have suggested that it is more likely that the narrative to be based on a kernel of truth, particularly since it accounts for the stark contrast in the biblical narrative between the character of the tribe before the incident and its character afterwards. Ken Stephen Brown of 2015 drew comparisons between Judges 21 and Numbers 31, stating, this command in Numbers 31, verses 17 through 18, to kill all but the virgin girls is without precedent in the Pentateuch. However, Judges 21 precisely parallels Moses' command like Numbers 25. The story recounted in Judges 19 through 21 centers on the danger of apostasy, but its tale of civil war and escalating violence also emphasizes the tragedy that can result from the indiscriminate application of harem, meaning devotion to Yahweh, usually for complete destruction. The whole account is highly ironic. The Israelites set out to avenge the rape of one woman, only to authorize the rapes of 600 more. They regret the results of one slaughter, so they can commit another to repair it. The feminist interpretation. According to Deidre Brewer, an adjunct Hebrew instructor at Denver Seminary, many biblical authors highly value women and speak adamantly against rape. The woman stands apart from the other characters in the story by not being given a name or voice. A woman from Bethlehem, she grew up in a family centered agrarian society. Soon after the death of in the death of Joshua in Judges chapter 1, verse 1, she had the status of a concubine, Hebrew Pilegesh, rather than a wife, to a Levite living in Ephraim. Matapone Messina, a professor of Old Testament studies at the University of South Africa, writes, it appears that she was not an ordinary Pilegish. This is buttressed by the observation that the word Nera can be translated as newly married woman. In addition, the Pelegesh's father is referred to as Hata or Hatan, which literally means he who has a son-in-law. That is, father-in-law in relation to the Pelegesh's husband, the Levite. I therefore choose to translate the word Pelegesh as a legitimate wife, one of the wives of the Levite. Because it was rare for a woman to leave her husband, the narrator uses harsh language to describe the reason for the concubine leaving. She is said to have prostituted herself against her husband. Though it is assumed that she is a prostitute, the Hebrew word for prostitution, or zana, can also mean to be angry. Traditionally, translators and interpreters have followed the former verb, but some modern scholars prefer the latter verb because this meaning aligns much better with the Greek text. Another possible explanation is that because the Levite spoke harshly towards her, she acted on her own and fled to her father's home where she was welcomed. Therefore, the Levite had to change his way of speaking in order for her to return with him. Throughout the story, the concubine never has a speaking role. Only the men ever speak, even though the story is centered around a woman. When the Levite stumbles over his concubine in the morning, it is unclear whether she is dead, and there is no reply. When the concubine dies is unknown, whether it was during the brutal night on the way back to Ephraim or when the Levite dismembers her body. At a time when there was no king or ruler in Israel, the old man uses the concubine in order to protect the Levite, thinking this was the right thing to do. The men of the city never saw a problem with their actions against the foreigners. The Priscilla Papers, a Christian egalitarian journal, makes mention of the narrative, writing, by equating rape with doing the good in their eyes, The text makes a powerful rhetorical statement by connecting a key theme throughout Judges with the rape of the concubine. Everyone was doing what was good in their eyes, but evil in God's eyes. Judges 19 concludes by saying that nothing like this had happened since the exodus of the Israelites from ancient Egypt. Comparing the lamb sacrifice on the doors in Egypt to the concubine on the doorstep using sacrificial language, Brewer furthers the narrator's final statement saying, rape, death, and dismemberment of the concubine are portrayed as an antithesis of the Passover sacrifice. The narrator concludes Judges 19 with the exhortation to set your heart upon her, counsel wisely on her behalf, and speak out. Judges 19, verse 30. In folklore, in 1875, the Palestine Exploration Quarterly published an account of a similar tale that was related by an elderly Arab fella from Java. According to this tale, a Christian from Bethlehem who was traveling to Taba with his wife or daughter stopped in Java as night was falling. Local men entered the house while they were fast asleep and raped the woman, who was discovered dead in the morning. The Christian cut the body in half and sent one piece to Taba and the other to Mukmas. Their residents, also Christians, immediately arose, and two bands encircled the village from the east and the west. The residents of Jabba were lured out of their town by the first, who pretended to flee. Caught between the two bands, Jabba's residents were all massacred in the El Merj Fil Munka plain, which is located between Jabba and the beginning of the Wadi Ba as Shab. The fellow claimed that the wheat continues to grow to high heights on this cursed plain, but does not yield grain. Notes says it is disputed whether the first word of Judges 19 verse 2 is derived from zana, to commit fornication slash adultery slash harlotry, to be a harlot, to play the harlot, to prostitute. Zanak, to reject, spurn, be angry with, at, cast away or off, remove far away or off, or to desert. Okay. So next, this is the rape of the Sabine women. $2.58. So the rape of the Sabine or Sabine women, Sabine Rapte, the kidnapped Sabine women, also known as the abduction of the Sabine women or the kidnapping of the Sabine women, was an incident in the legendary history of Rome in which the men of Rome committed bride kidnappings or mass abduction for the purpose of marriage of women from other cities in the region. It has been a frequent subject of painters and sculptors, particularly since the Renaissance. The word rape, cognate with rapto in Portuguese, rapto in Spanish, rato in Italian, meaning bride kidnap, is the conventional translation of the Latin word raptio, used in the ancient accounts of the incident. The Latin word means taking, abduction, or kidnapping, but when used with women as its object, sexual assault is usually implied. The story: abduction of the Sabine women. According to Roman historian Livy, the abduction of Sabine women occurred in the early history of Rome, shortly after its founding in the mid 8th century BC, and was perpetrated by Romulus and his predominantly male followers. It is said that after the foundation of the city, the population consisted solely of Latins and other Italic peoples, in particular male bandits. With Rome growing at such a steady rate in comparison to its neighbors, Romulus became concerned with maintaining the city's strength. His main concern was that with few female inhabitants, there would be no chance of sustaining the city's population, without which Rome might not last longer than a generation. On the advice of the Senate, the Romans then set out into the surrounding regions in search of wives to establish families with. The Romans negotiated unsuccessfully with all the peoples that they appealed to, including the Sabines. I'm going to say Sabines, like Saint Sabina, who populated the neighboring areas. The Sabines feared the emergence of a rival society and refused to allow their women to marry the Romans. Consequently, the Romans devised a plan to abduct the Sabine women during the festival of Neptune Equester. They planned and announced a festival of games to attract people from all the nearby towns. According to Livy, many people from Rome's neighboring towns, including Canina, Crustumerium, and Antemnae, attended the festival along with the Sabines, eager to see the new established city for themselves. At the festival, Romulus gave a signal by rising and folding his cloak and then throwing it around him again, at which the Romans grabbed the Sabine women and fought off the Sabine men. Livy does not report how many women were abducted by the Romans at the festival. He only notes that it was undoubtedly many more than 30. All of the women abducted at the festival were said to have been virgins, except for one married woman, Hercilia, who became Romulus's wife and would later be the one to intervene and stop the ensuing war between the Romans and the Sabines. The indignant abductees were soon implored by Romulus to accept the Roman men as their new husbands. War with the Sabines and other tribes. Outraged at what had happened, the king of the Canine, it looks like Canines, entered upon Roman territory with his army. Romulus and the Romans met with Canines in battle, killed their king, and routed their army. Romulus later attacked Canina and took it upon the first assault. Returning to Rome, he dedicated a temple of Jupiter Feretrius, according to Livy, the first temple dedicated in Rome, and offered the spoils of the enemy king of Spoila Opima. According to the Fasti Triumphalis, Romulus celebrated a triumph over the Canaanites on 1st of March 752 BC. At the same time, the army of the Antemnates invaded Roman territory. The Romans retaliated, and the Antemnates were defeated in battle and their town captured. According to the Fasti Triumphates, Romulus celebrated a second triumph in 752 BC over the Antemnates. The Crustumeni also started a war, but they too were defeated and their town was captured. Roman colonists were subsequently sent to Antemnae and Crustumerium by Romulus, and many citizens of those towns, particularly the families of the captured women, also migrated to Rome. The Sabines themselves finally declared war, led into battle by their king Tatius. Tatius almost succeeded in capturing Rome thanks to the treason of Tarpeia, daughter of Spurius Tarpius, Roman governor of the citadel on the Capitoline Hill. She opened the city gates for the Sabines in return for what they bore on their arms, thinking she would receive their golden bracelets. Instead, the Sabines crushed her to death with their shields, and her body was buried on or thrown from a rock known ever since by her name, the Tarpeian Rock. The Romans attacked the Sabines, who now held the citadel, in what would become known as the Battle of Lacus Curtius. The Roman advance was led by Hostilius, the Sabine defense by Mettus Curtius. Hostus fell in battle, and the Roman line gave way. The Romans retreated to the gate of the Palatium. Romulus rallied his men, promising to build a temple to the Roman god Jove on the site. He then led them back into battle. Mettus Curtius was unhorsed and fled on foot, and the Romans appeared to be winning. At this point in the story, the Sabine women intervened. They, from the outrage on whom the war originated, with hair disheveled and garments rent, the timidity of their sex being overcome by such dreadful scenes, had the courage to throw themselves amid the flying weapons and making a rush across to part the incensed armies and assuage their fury, imploring their fathers on the one side, their husbands on the other, that as fathers in law and sons in law, they would not contaminate each other with impious blood, nor stain their offspring with parricide, the one their grandchildren, the other their children. If you are dissatisfied with the affinity between you, if with our marriages, turn your resentment against us. We are the cause of war, we of wounds and of bloodshed to our husbands and parents. It were better that we perish than live widowed or fatherless without one or other of you. The battle came to an end, and the Sabines agreed to unite in one nation with the Romans. Titus Tatius jointly ruled with Romulus until Tatius's death 5 years later. The new Sabine residents of Rome settled on the Capitoline Hill, which they had captured in the battle. Historical analysis. The motivation behind the abduction of the Sabine women is contested among ancient sources. Livy writes that Rome's motivation for abducting the Sabine women was solely to increase the city's population, and claims that no direct sexual assault took place during the abduction. Livy says that Romulus offered the Sabine women free choice as well as civic and property rights. According to Livy, Romulus spoke to each of them in person, declaring that it was all owing to the pride of their parents and denying right of intermarriage to their neighbors. Mhm. They would live in honorable wedlock and share all their property and civil rights, and dearest of all to human nature would be the mothers of freemen. Scholars like Dionysius of Halicarnassus argue that it was an attempt to secure an alliance with the Sabines through the women's newly found relationships with Roman men. Livy's account is reinforced in some ways through the works of Cicero. In Cicero's work, De Republica, he reiterates Livy's view that the plan to abduct the Sabine women at the festival was done in order to strengthen the new state and safeguard the resources of his kingdom and people. Unlike Livy, Cicero, and Dionysius, Ovid sees the abduction of the Sabine as an avenue for the men of Rome to fulfill their sexual desires rather than an attempt at taking wives to produce children for the city. While he does make note of the issues surrounding Rome's lack of women, he does not make it out to be a factor in the planning of the abduction. While it is clear that the story was part of the founding mythology of Rome, its historicity is disputed and considered unlikely to have happened by many historians, or at least not to have happened in the way described. Theodore Mommsen, as well as later historians such as Jacques Posset, believed that the story was likely spread during the later 4th century BC after the Samnite Wars as a tale to explain the assimilation of Samnites into Rome after a combination of wars and alliances, and sending similar events into the distant past. The story likely gained relevance again during the time period where the coins depicting the event were minted in 89 BC. This would have been made during the Social War, a conflict between Rome and its Italian allies over their status and whether they deserved Roman citizenship. A story from Rome's past, wherein Rome came into conflict with its neighbors, showed a capacity for brutal violence, but ultimately avoided a war after the Sabines committed to unification with Rome, would have been powerful one for Rome to send at that time. Artistic representations. Many treatments of the legend combined a suitability inspiring example of the hardiness and courage of ancient Romans with the opportunity to depict multiple figures, including heroically semi nude figures in intensely passionate struggle. The subject was popular during the Renaissance as symbolizing the importance of marriage for the continuity of families and cultures. It was also an example of a battle subject in which the artist could demonstrate his skill in depicting female as well as male figures in extreme poses, with the added advantage of a sexual theme. It was depicted regularly on 15th century Italian Cassani and later in larger paintings. A comparable opportunity from the New Testament was afforded by the theme of the massacre of the innocents. Giambologna, Giambologna, the 16th century Italo Flemish sculptor Giambologna sculpted a representation of this theme with three figures: a man lifting a woman into the air while a second man crouches, carved from a single block of marble. This sculpture is considered Giambologna's masterpiece, originally intended as nothing more than a demonstration of the artist's ability to create a complex sculptural group. Its subject matter, the legendary rape of the Sabines, had to be invented after Francesco I de' Medici, Grand Duke of Tuscany, decreed that it be put on public display in the Loggia Dalanti in Piazza della Signoria in Florence. The proposed site for the sculpture, opposite Benvenuto Cellini's State of Perseus, prompted suggestions that the group should illustrate a theme related to the former work, such as the rape of Andromeda by Phineas. The respective rapes of Proserpina and Helen were also mooted as possible themes. It was eventually decided that the sculpture was to be identified as one of the Sabine virgins. The work is signed OPBS Ioannis Bologna Flandri, the work of Johannes of Bologna of Flanders, 1582. An early preparatory bronze featuring only two figures is in the Museo Nacional de Capodimonte in Naples. Giambologna then revised the scheme, this time with a third figure and two wax models now in the Victoria and Albert Museum, London. The artist's full-scale gesso for the finished sculpture, executed in 1582, is on display at the Galleria dell'Accademia in Florence. The woman and the kneeling man reference figures from the ancient sculpture Laocoon and his sons. Bronze reductions of the sculpture, produced in Giambologna's own studio and imitated by others, were a staple of connoisseurs' collections into the 19th century. Nicholas Poussin produced two major versions of this subject. His initial version was entitled The Abduction of the Sabine Women and was most likely completed around 1633 through 1634. The painting depicts Romulus giving the signal to the Romans for the abduction. According to the Met, the subject matter of Poussin's work allowed him to highlight his understandings of pose and gesture, as well as his knowledge of Roman architecture. This version of the painting currently resides at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. Poussin's second version, entitled The Rape of the Sabine Women, is essentially a recreation of his original work and was likely completed around 1637 through 1638. The architectural setting of this work is more developed than in the original. This painting currently resides in the Louvre Museum in Paris. According to the Louvre, painting multiple versions of one subject was not uncommon throughout Poussin's career. Peter Paul Rubens painted his version of the rape of Sabine women around 1635 through 40. It now resides in the National Gallery of London. The painting depicts the monument Romulus gave the signal for the Romans to abduct the Sabine women. Rubens emphasizes the violence of the abduction and sexualizes it by depicting women exposed breasts and a soldier lifting up a woman's skirt. Petro de Cortana depicted the rape of the Sabines at least twice. Luco Giordano, there are at least 8 paintings by him or his workshop on the subject. Johann Heinrich Schonfield painted a version of this subject entitled The Rape of Sabine Women in the late 1630s. His work now resides at the State Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. The Jacques Stella painted a version of the Rape of the Sabine Women entitled that name in the mid 17th century. Stella's depiction of the scene is said to have so closely resembled Nicholas Poussin's works that following his death, his version was mistaken for a Poussin. This work now resides at Princeton University's Art Museum. Jacques Louis David painted the other end of the story when the women intervened to reconcile the warring parties. The Sabine women enforcing peace by running between the combatants, also known as the Intervention of the Sabine Women, was completed in 1799. It is in the Louvre Museum. David had begun work on it in 1796 when France was at war with other European nations after a period of civil conflict culminating in the Reign of Terror and the Thermidorian reaction, during which David himself had been imprisoned as a supporter of Robespierre. After David's estranged wife visited him in jail, he conceived the idea of telling the story to honor his wife, with the theme being love prevailing over conflict. The painting was also seen as a plea for the French people to reconcile their differences after the bloodshed of the French Revolution. The painting depicts Romulus's wife Hercilia, the daughter of Titus Tatius, leader of the Sabines, rushing between her husband and her father and placing her babies between them. A vigorous Romulus prepares to strike a half retreating Tatius with his spear, but hesitates. Other soldiers are already sheathing their swords. The rocky outcrop in the background is the Tarpeian Rock. John Leech, the English 19th century satirical painter, included in his The Comic History of Rome a depiction of the rape of the Sabine women, where the women are portrayed with a deliberate anachronism in Victorian costume and being carried off from the corona et ancora, the crown and anchor, a common English pub sign in seafaring towns. Edgar Degas painted The Rape of the Sabines after Poussin, 1861 through 1862. The masters must be copied over and over again, Degas said, and it is only after proving yourself a good copyist that you should reasonably be permitted to draw a radish from nature. Degas first received permission to copy paintings at the Louvre in 1852 when he was 18. He was most interested in the great works of the Italian Renaissance and of his own classical French heritage, hence this detailed copy of Poussin's paintings. Charles Christian Nall painted the subject in a trio of works entitled The Abduction, The Captivity, and The Invasion. Pablo Picasso visited this theme in his several versions of The Rape of the Sabine Women, 1962 through 63, one of which was in the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. These are based on David's version. These conflate the beginning and end of the story, depicting the brutish Romulus and Tatius ignoring and trampling on the exposed figure of Hercilia and her child. Literature and performing arts. Ancient works. The episode of the rape of the Sabine women is recounted by Cicero, Livy, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, and Plutarch. The poetry of Ovid also contains several allusions to this episode, and it is included on the shield of Aeneas in Virgil's Aeneid. Modern works. The Sabine women are mentioned in Canto uh, what is that? 6 of Dante's Paradiso. The Midrash Sefer HaYashar, first attested in 1624, portrays the story as part of a war between the Sabines, descended from Tubal, and the Kittim Romans, Jasher 17 1 through 15. This narrative is better detailed in the earlier medieval rabbinic work, Yasipan. The story was parodied by Lady Carlotta, the mischief making character, in Saki's short story, The Chartres Metterklume Method. Stephen Vincent Benet wrote a short story called The Sabine Women that parodied the legend, later adapted into the 1954 musical Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. It tells the story of seven gauche but sincere backwoodsmen, one of whom gets married, encouraging the others to seek partners. After a social where they meet girls they are attracted to, they are denied the chance to pursue their courtship by the latter's menfolk. Following the Roman example, they abduct the girls, as in the original tale. The women are initially indignant but eventually won over. In 1962, a Mexican sword and sandal film based on the story was made, directed by Alberto Gaut. Tilted El Rapto de las Sabinas. The film was released in the USA under the titles The Rape of the Sabine Women and The Shame of the Sabine Women. Tom Stoppard's play Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead of 1966 features a group of all male players offering to perform the rape of the Sabine women to the disgust of the title characters. The latest adaptation is a film without dialogue, The Rape of the Sabine Women, which was produced in 2005 by Eve Sussman and the Rufus Corporation. The Rape of the Sabine Women is depicted in Deborah MacLeod's historical fiction novel Tarpeia. Cultural context. Scholars have cited parallels between the rape of Sabine women, the Aesir-Vanir War in Norse mythology, and the Iliad of Greek mythology, providing support for a Proto-Indo-European war of the functions regarding these parallels. J.P. Mallory states, basically the parallels concern the presence of first magical juridical and second warrior function representatives on the victorious side of a war that ultimately subdues and incorporates third function characters, for example, the Sabine women or the Norse Vanir. Indeed, the Iliad itself has also been examined in a similar light. The ultimate structure of the myth, then, is that the three estates of Proto Indo European society were fused only after a war between the first two against the third. Okay, so now we want to take a look and see women that were stolen from tribes in America. We're at 324. So we know that the dark places were the East Appalachian Mountains, oldest mountains on earth, okay, where the fallen angels were contacted and gave the men, taught both the men and women root workings and things of that nature, basically witchcraft, paganism, um, divining those without the natural gifts. Okay, so women and girls being abducted. Let me write this down. 325. So, women and girls being abducted from Native American tribes has been a heartbreaking reality, particularly during periods of intense conflict and colonization. This historical trauma continues to impact Native communities today and is closely tied to the missing and murdered Indigenous women MMIW crisis. And what did I say we're going to call Moab and Midian MNMs? Historically, European colonists engaged in practices that involved the abduction of indigenous women for various reasons, including enslavement, marriage, or as part of warfare and assimilation tactics. For example, during conflicts like King Philip's War in the 17th century, English colonists abducted Native American women and children, viewing them as prisoners of war to be exchanged or assimilated. During westward expansion, settlers and the U.S. military kidnapped indigenous women and children, aiming to disrupt tribes and force surrender, as seen in the 1971 raids in the Ohio River Valley, where U.S. forces, under President George Washington's directives, targeted and abducted indigenous women to disrupt their food production and force their tribes to surrender. Some instances involved raids by Native American tribes on settler communities that led to the abduction of women and children, such as the kidnapping of Cynthia Ann Parker by Comanche warriors in 1836. Notably, while the narrative often focuses on white women abducted by Native Americans, the overall pattern of violence disproportionately affected indigenous women. The legacy of these historical practices continues to manifest in the high rates of violence, abduction, and murder experienced by Indigenous women today. This is a systematic issue rooted in generations of discriminatory policies, land seizures, and violence inflicted upon Native peoples. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women MMIW crisis highlights the ongoing struggle faced by Indigenous women who are disproportionately affected by violence, including murder and sexual assault. Addressing this complex issue requires a multifaceted approach, including raising awareness about the crisis, advocating for policy changes, improved data collection, and law enforcement protocols, supporting organizations and movements working to end violence against Indigenous women, and advocating for their rights and safety, such as the National Indigenous Women's Resource Center and the Not Invisible Act Commission, recognizing and honoring the traditional strength, resilience, and nurturing role of Native women. Mhm. Okay, let's see. Okay, when one Indian tribe raided another, taking women and children as captives, how were they treated? Were the children treated fairly and assimilated as children of the victorious tribe? Did they keep their own identity? Were they kids in particular treated as slaves? Were they ever returned? This is a reddit.com question by The Early Worm is Eaten. Right, a joint says, I'm hardly an expert, but I can give a short answer while you wait for a proper one. I'm primarily drawing from Dawn of Everything by Graeber and Wingrove, which I also highly recommend. It is conversationally written and provides in depth answers to many questions related to this, including surveys of quite a number of Native American tribes. I don't have my books with me for reference, so please forgive the vagueness. North America is a massive region, and customs related to abduction varied greatly within it, with even neighboring tribes having vastly different customs. In fact, Graeber and Wingrove suggest that neighboring tribes would form identities in part by emphasizing the differences in their cultures. For example, the exonym Eskimo translate roughly as snowshoe wearer, as opposed to the Innu people who didn't wear snowshoes. All of this is to say there is no single answer to your question. As expected, it depends. Let's start by talking about slavery, which existed in various forms in North America. The place I know this best is Northern California, again, where the god Chumash was worshipped. Where raiding for slaves was particularly common, the primary food source of the tribes of Northern California was salmon, which had to be caught during spawning season and immediately smoked in order to provide food for the entire year. This meant that there was a massive demand for labor in a very short time period, and not just any labor, but a particularly smelly and unpleasant kind of labor. Unsurprisingly, this created large demand for slaves. 1:44 on the clock. And just a note, I'm a Pisces, so I am against the eating of fish. Southern California, by contrast, harvested acorns as their primary source of nutrition, and as far as I'm aware, almost uniformly did not keep slaves. Even slaves in the northern tribes, however, wouldn't look very much like the slaves you might imagine based on the American South. They were incorporated into households and would eventually graduate out of slavery, usually by marrying into the tribe. A last remark on slavery, and I'm very sorry to say I don't recall specific regional examples. Slavery in North American tribes was much more often based on supplying household labor rather than labor in fields. Therefore, slaves weren't so much as completely separate caste as in the American South, but a normal part of family life. Again, very different customs abounded across North America, but the range of views of slaves among slave-holding peoples was likely something akin to a pet up to a family servant. Now, abductions, and here the question you've asked is fascinating. Did abducted children maintain ties to their original tribes and remember where they had been born? It probably depends on the particular person, but actively caring about it wasn't institutionalized in any way. I know nothing about Native metaphysics, so I can't tell you whether Native captives would have believed that they kept their identity or not, or the extent to which identity was a meaningful concept in Native ontologies. But from a Western perspective, abductees were very often given completely new to them identities in their new tribes, aka when people adopt children, they give them their name. The abductees would take on the names of dead members of the tribe they were adopted into, often the names of people who had died in the war that brought about their own abduction. They would very literally replace the former members of their new tribe, creating an infinite continuity of the tribe's people. By the same token, once the abductee has taken on this new, or rather very old identity, they are necessarily a part of their new tribe, not a slave or even a second rank citizen. One place we can draw actual statistics about captives is by looking at the European captives taken by Native Americans. These captives were certainly qualitatively different from native captives and likely more foreign to their capturers. Nevertheless, those that were taken in by the tribes often chose to not to leave, preferring their adopted tribe to the culture that had born them. This has been discussed on Ask Historians a couple of times before with some excellent answers. Okay, this is another answer by Zugwat. Among Coast Salishan peoples, raids on villages could be conducted in retaliation for grievances ranging from insults to kidnapping to murder, often within the context of pre existing or otherwise ongoing hostilities, such as an act of war between tribes for whatever reason. In those circumstances, raids were meant to demoralize and cow foes into submission, with the added benefit of supplying the raiders with wealth and resources, whether they were able to actually raid the village or not, as sometimes negotiations between the leaders of the parties involved, raiders and defenders, could come to the defending village simply paying the raiders to go away. Yet sometimes village raids were simply ventures organized by professional warriors to seize the property and enslave any inhabitants of the village they managed to capture, overwhelmingly women and children. So, what would happen to women and children captured in raids by Coast Salishan war parties? They'd likely be enslaved. That being said, and as is often the case whenever slavery is discussed outside the scope of the transatlantic slave trade, slavery within Coast Salishan context was a different beast than the chattel slavery that comes to mind whenever the term is brought up. Though I should also note that the underlying concept of a slave among Coast Salishan peoples was that of a human being who is considered the property of another, who can be ordered around and who can be sold. With that, slavery was a curious institution among Coast Salishan societies, as the slave was often the most concretely defined of the traditional social class, for the free could be divided into either being noble or low class. I would refrain from saying something like commoner, as the status of an individual or their immediate household might not reflect uh, the overall reputation, their extended family, and the connections they bring. But there was a little in the way of direct and enforced stratification between the two. Slaves, meanwhile, were the only people in a village that could genuinely be ordered around, for even chiefs lacked the power to outright order a free person to do their bidding, often relying upon suggestions, incentives, and favors. Slaves would do the menial labor of the household and, by extension, the village. Their tasks are often characterized by tribal sources as gathering firewood, manual labor such as lifting and moving heavy objects, processing raw materials like cedar bark for using in weaving, and sometimes cooking food for the household. Some adult slaves accompanied their masters and aided in their professions, such as those of professional warriors preparing their equipment and tending to their wounds, while the slaves of fishermen would ensure the nets were ready for deployment and that the salmon or other fish caught were cleaned. Overall, they did the nitty gritty work that people often found a hassle to deal with. They had no real social standing and could be derided if they tried to speak with authority or act above their station. Enslavement, even for a brief period before either being ransomed or rescued, was among the most heinous of insults to not only the person coerced into servitude, but also to their family, both immediate and extended. Even if one was only enslaved for a minuscule time of their life as a child, that reputational stain could follow them well into old age, diminishing their status regardless of the potlatches held by their family to save face for such an embarrassment. High status individuals or those from noble families marrying and or having children with freed slaves, both freeman slash slave woman and slave man slash free woman, was a major point of concern, as it would provide an avenue for insults towards not only the descendants of that union but extended family members. Children who were enslaved, or the children of slaves, more on this distinction in a bit, were allowed to play with the other children of the village, often noted as trying to establish relationships with the children of prominent individuals. Their work would be the less intensive tasks, such as gathering firewood or digging clams on the shoreline, when the tides were out. Though children could be enslaved among certain coast Salishan peoples, such a practice was neither universal nor entirely approved by every tribe. For example, the following is noted in Marion Smith's 1940 report on the Puyallup and Nisqually. The only child really at a disadvantage was the child of a slave. He was not himself a slave, yet he was always open to insult. In addition to noting that the children of slaves were not slaves themselves, Smith discusses how, despite the lowly status of their parents, they were still cared for as any other child within the household would be, particularly in the act of artificial cranial deformation, aka head flattening, which was a standard practice among the free in southern coast Salishan peoples. Head deformation was a sign of beauty in a negative way. An undeformed head was not beautiful. It was done to all children as a mark of parental care and solicitude, although it was said that a natural head was a sign of slavery. Everyone knew that this was not so, because slaves captured in war had their heads flattened in infancy, and even a slave cared enough about her child to take care of it properly. A big man who could have a slave would have been ashamed to know that a child was growing up in his house without being properly cared for. Yet, while it is easy to ascribe that all coast Shalishan peoples would treat a captured woman or child as a slave and therefore the lowliest of people by default, such approaches were by no means uniform, though it inspired many members of polite society to clutch their dentalium and mutter about proper behavior. People could marry their slaves, an act which freed them and they were able to manage their own affairs as opposed to being ordered around. Children who were captured could find themselves being taken home either by ransom or rescue and reintegrate into their communities, while others were adopted into families. Suquamish sources, such as those compiled by J. Miller in Evergreen Ethnographies, note that the normally ignored slave could find their voice heard at tribal meetings if they were found to have merit. Slaves could find themselves freed and integrated into the community as a valued member, regardless of the lowly status they began with, or even branch out and become part of another village to begin anew. Okay, this is SmithsonianMag.com. The gruesome story of Hannah Duston, whose slaying of Indians made her an American folk hero. A century after killing and scalping 10 Native Americans, she was memorialized in what might well be the first public statue of a female in America. Okay, so on a small island of North Concord, New Hampshire, stands a 25-foot tall granite statue of Hannah Duston, an English colonist taken captive by Native Americans in 1697. Shut up, stomach. During King William's War, erected in 1874. The statue bears close resemblance to contemporary depictions of Columbia, the popular goddess of liberty and female allegorical symbol of the nation, except for what she holds in her hands. In one, a tomahawk, and in the other, a fistful of human scalps. Though she's all but forgotten today, Hannah Duston was probably the first American woman to be memorialized in a public monument, and this statue is one of three built in her honor between 1861 and 1879. The mystery of why Americans came to see patriotic heroism in Dustin's extreme, even gruesome violence, and why she became popular more than 100 years after her death, explains how the United States sees itself in world conflicts today. Born in 1657, Hannah Emerson Dustin lived in Haverhill, Massachusetts, at a time when disputes among English colonists, the French in Canada, and various Native American nations resulted in a series of wars in the region. King Philip's War, 1675 through 1676, for example, decimated southern New England Indian nations, which lost between 60 and 80% of their population, as well as their political independence. Many were sold into slavery. By the late 1680s and the start of King William's War, fragments of those southern tribes had joined the Abenaki and other northern New England Indian nations allied with the French to fight the continuing expansion of the English colonists to the north and west. Native men conducted raids on frontier English settlements, burning property, killing or injuring some colonists, and taking others captive, either to ransom them back to their families or to adopt them as replacements for their own lost family members. Such was the context in which one group, most of whom were likely Abenaki, attacked the town of Haverhill on March 15th, 1697, and encountered 40-year-old Hannah Dustin at home with her neighbor Mary Neff. The Indians captured the women along with some of their neighbors and started on foot toward Canada. Dustin had given birth about a week before. The captors are said to have killed her child early in the journey. The group traveled for about 2 weeks and then left Dustin and Neff with a Native American family, 2 men, 3 women, and 7 children, and another English captive, a boy who had been abducted a year and a half earlier from Worcester, Massachusetts. 14-year-old Samuel Leonardson may have been adopted by the family. He certainly had their trust. At Dustin's request, he asked one of the men the proper way to kill someone with a tomahawk and was promptly shown. One night, when the Indian family was sleeping, Dustin, Neff, and Leonardson, who were not guarded or locked up, armed themselves with tomahawks and killed and scalped 10 of the Indians, including 6 children. They wounded an older woman who escaped. A small boy managed to run away. Dustin and her fellow captives then left in a canoe, taking themselves and the scalps down to Merrimack River to Massachusetts, where they presented them to the General Assembly of Massachusetts and received a reward of 50 pounds. Hannah Dustin never wrote down her story. Most of what we know about her comes from the influential Puritan minister Cotton Mather, who published 3 versions of her tale between 1697 and 1702, embedded in his larger works on New England history. Mather frequently portrayed Indian people as instruments used by the devil to thwart the Puritan mission. He described Dustin as a righteous ringleader who had every reason to convince the other captives to act. He stressed the savagery of her Indian captors, providing a horrific description of the murder of her child. They dashed out the brains of the infant against a tree. We will never know the full truth of Dustin's ordeal. Was her baby murdered or did it die? But Mather's version of the death highlighted Indian violence to justify Dustin's gruesome vengeance. Mather asserted that Dustin and Neff never meant to kill the small boy who escaped. He was designedly spared so they could bring him home with them if he hadn't run away. At the same time, Mather was apparently unconcerned that 6 of the wretches the captives scalped with children. He compared Dustin to the biblical heroine Jael, who saved her people by driving a spike through Sisera's head while he slept. Cotton Mather understood the wars between New England and Puritans and Indians as battles between good and evil, and this clearly shaped the way he told Dustin's story. She was a heroine saving her people from savage outsiders, fighting a justified war. After 1702, Americans forgot about Hannah Dustin until the 1820s, when there was a half-century long revival of interest in her story, stoked by the nation's expansion westward into Indian lands. The nation's foremost literary figures, including Nathaniel Hawthorne, Henry David Thoreau, and John Greenleaf Whittier, all wrote about her. Virtually all histories of the United States from that time contained a version of the story, as did numerous magazines, children's books, biographies of famous Americans, and guidebooks. A mountain in northern New Hampshire was named Mount Dustin in her honor, and of course, communities erected the three monuments. Okay. It is no coincidence that Americans renewed their interest in the Dustin story during this time. From the 1820s, when Georgia began pressing for the forced removal of Native people, through the Battle of Wounded Knee in 1890, the so called Indian problem was almost always in the news. 19th century white Americans were well aware of the moral issues that Indian removal raised and engaged in heated national debates. As an 1829 circular addressed to benevolent ladies of the United States put it, the present crisis in the affairs of Indian nations in the United States demands the immediate and interested attention of all who make any claims to benevolence or humanity. The circular described Indians as free and noble yet helpless, and prey of the avaricious and the unprincipled who wanted to steal their land, not caring that Indians would perish if removed. Women, excluded from formal politics at this time, were active in the anti removal campaign. They justified their involvement in a political issue by framing Indian removal as a moral question. In the 1820s, virtue was central to American national identity and embodied in women. This is why Columbia became such a popular symbol of the nation, and why some turned to the story of Hannah Dustin as ammunition in the debate over Indian removal. How could a virtuous democratic nation evict Native Americans from their homelands and wage war against them when they refused to give up those lands? It was possible only if those Indians were bloodthirsty savages who attacked innocent white Americans. Because female virtue was linked to the nation's virtue, what violent act could be more innocent than that of a grief stricken mother who had just witnessed the murder of her newborn child? The idea of a feminized, always innocent America has become the principle by which the United States has structured many interactions with enemy others. Accordingly, like Cotton Mather's accounts, 19th century versions of the Dustin story depicted Native Americans as excessively violent. In a popular 1823 history textbook by Charles Goodrich, the Indians who took Dustin captive burned with savage animosity and delighted in the infliction of torment. Goodrich claimed that women soon expecting to become mothers were generally ripped up by Indian captors, and that some captives were even roasted alive. But one problem remained. How could an innocent, wronged mother murder someone else's children herself? Tellingly, the fact that the innocent, quote unquote, Dustin killed 6 children was increasingly erased from accounts of her actions from the 1830s on. She thus became an American heroine. Funny, my granddaughter had on a hat from the light company yesterday, but it had a sticker of the Statue of Liberty. So, efforts to commemorate Dustin began in earnest with the acceleration of Western expansion in the 1850s. The first monument, built in Haverhill in 1861, was a marble column. On its base was a shield surrounded by a musket, bow, arrows, tomahawk, and scalping knife. Engravings on its sides told the story of the barbarous murder of Dustin's baby and her remarkable exploit. The column was topped by an eagle, symbol of the American nation. The monument's builders, however, never fully paid for it, and in August 1865 it was stripped and resold to another town as a Civil War memorial. The second monument was the 1874 New Hampshire scalp wielding statue, located on the island where it was thought Dustin had killed the Native American family. It was unveiled on June 17th, the anniversary of the Battle of Bunker Hill, making the link between Dustin, her violent acts, and American patriotism explicit. Haverhill but built the last monument in 1879 as a replacement for the repossessed column. This time around, Dustin, in long flowing hair and a gown, held a tomahawk in one hand and pointed the other outward in accusation, both highlighting her violence and suggesting that responsibility for it lay elsewhere. The scalps were gone. At its installation, the philanthropist who donated money for the statue emphasized its patriotism, stating that the purpose of the monument was to remember Dustin's valor and to animate our hearts with noble ideas and patriotic feelings. As long as the so called Indian problem continued, Dustin remained an important historical figure. Her story presented as moral justification for American expansionism onto Indian lands and into Mexico. But by 1890, officials had pronounced the frontier closed. The Indian population had reached a historic low, and the U.S. government confined virtually all natives who remained in the West to reservations. The Indian problem was over. The nation reassessed its attitudes toward Native Americans, and public interest in Dustin's story plummeted correspondingly. The tale disappeared from textbooks and popular culture. Still, the powerful dynamic the story helped to establish remains with us today. The idea of a feminized, always innocent America has become the principle by which the United States has structured many interactions with enemy others. In international wars, as on frontiers past, it has portrayed itself as the righteous, innocent mother goddess of liberty, patriotically defending herself against its savage enemies. Okay, so again, the focus is on stolen women and prostitution and pimpology. Okay, let's see. Prostitution in Native American tribes. Okay, this is an AI overview. Prostitution or sexual exploitation in Native American communities is often linked to high rates of poverty, substance abuse, and unstable home environments, making individuals vulnerable to sex trafficking. These conditions can be exploited by traffickers who may offer false promises of safety or a better life, often concealing the sexual nature of the work. Historically, in many Native American societies, women held respected positions and sexual violence was uncommon. Okay, so this is prostitution on Native American reservations in North America. Sex trafficking on Native American reservations in the United States began in the 18th century as the American Revolution, with its patterns of relocation, chaos, and conquest of Native American populations, inspired periods of instability for years to come. This instability would then cause cycles of generational trauma, which created increased vulnerability to substance abuse, violence, poverty, and child neglect, therefore increasing their susceptibility to sex trafficking. During the United States periods of rapid modernization in the 19th to 20th centuries, this vulnerability to sexual violence and trafficking heightened as native populations were being pushed into the sex trade by traffickers from neighboring cities who preyed on these vulnerabilities and would promise a better future to their victims. During the modern era, attempts to decrease the rate at which indigenous women and girls were sold into the sex trade were stagnant due to the lack of reporting and unclear jurisdiction regarding prosecuting sex traffickers. The link between colonization and generational trauma, historical wrongdoings. During the late 18th century, the American Revolution inspired a period of conquest, colonization, ongoing warfare, enslavement, and relocation of indigenous populations. Ravishing through native land, colonizers would often buy and sell indigenous women and children for sex. Many soldiers demanded sexual favors from the native women, sexually assaulted them, and sold them for sex. In the eyes of the colonizers, they were seen as prostitutes that existed to be sexually used. When enslaved, these indigenous women were sold into the sex trade and trapped into a cycle of non consensual sexual activities. Forced relocation. Following the period of rapid colonization, indigenous populations were forced to relocate to isolated locations. This forced relocation disrupted the daily lives of the native populations and caused widespread instability among them, including increased poverty and homelessness. As a result, many indigenous parents were unable to properly house, feed, clothe, and support their children, causing a further cycle of instability across generations. Generational trauma. Intergenerational trauma is defined as a traumatic event that began years prior to the current generation and has impacted in ways in which individuals within a family understand, cope with, and heal from the trauma. Due to patterns of forced relocation, racism, and sexual violence towards indigenous populations, remnants of those misfortunes have transcribed into further vulnerabilities. Following colonization, the lives of indigenous individuals were disrupted, causing instability that would be felt for generations to come. The systematic racism and disruption caused stress among Native families that led to dysfunctional circumstances in their home lives. Some of these dysfunctions included increased drug and alcohol use, domestic violence, depression, PTSD, and neglect of children. These patterns of dysfunction traveled across generations as cycles of abuse, neglect, and overall struggles became commonplace. As a result of these dysfunctions, Native teens and women were at high risk for sexual violence and sex trafficking. With increasing levels of substance abuse, poverty, and trauma, Indigenous parents would often neglect their parental duties, pushing many teens into the sex industry and increasing their vulnerability of being trafficked due to financial struggle and overall lack of guidance. This lack of guidance also caused teens to be unaware and caused teens to be easily manipulated by traffickers, who would often make promises of financial stability and a better life, knowing the dysfunctional home lives of the indigenous teens. A new sexual market. Through the emergence of modernization, increased infrastructure, and urbanization of once rural areas in the late 19th through 21st centuries, the vulnerability of indigenous populations in situations of sexual violence and sex trafficking heightened. Oftentimes, large cities and companies would be placed near already established reservations, exposing natives to the mainstream Western societies that they were once isolated from. Urban areas and cities placed near reservations were once often filled with a large surplus of unmarried men who were now and have proximity to indigenous women and girls. As a result, this created a huge market for sex, as these men would often not have any other access to a large supply of women. These men would frequently gamble, drink, and attend bars and casinos, while the native women, who often lived in impoverished circumstances, would offer sexual services to these men at the local bars, gas stations, and casinos to survive and purchase basic necessities. This blend of two once separated worlds also involved the forced removal of Native American women and girls out of their homes on reservations and into the sex trade. With such a large market of sex buyers that the neighboring cities provided, sex traffickers saw an opportunity to make a large income off the surplus of vulnerable women and girls on these reservations. Men from the cities would enter the reservations, purchase young girls, and sell them into the sex trade. Due to the high levels of poverty on these reservations, the parents of these girls were forced to cooperate because they needed the money for survival. Patterns of sex trafficking are common in Midwest states such as North and South Dakota that have large fracking camps and oil companies placed near reservations. These large labor forces of often unmarried men bring in a large demand for sex work as well as a high rate of sexual violence against Native women and girls. Oftentimes, men from these camps would enter the neighboring reservations and sexually assault and rape the women on them. Traffickers also began to see the large market that these camps provided and an incentive to lure Native women off of reservations and into the sex market to be sold to these men for profit. This pattern of sexual violence and sex trafficking of Native women and girls disrupted the entire dynamic of these reservations. Exposure to the outside, modernized world caused increased drug and alcohol consumption of these Native populations, especially since a common tactic for these traffickers was to get their victims addicted to hard substances, making it nearly impossible for them to escape. This increased addiction added more instability to the already fragile native population. Neighboring cities also exposed the native populations to technology that was once foreign to them. Often, the women on the reservations would use websites such as escort dating sites and Backpage to find dates for sex, as well as pimps using those sites to further victimize the native women they put into the sex trade. Initially, the idea of sex trafficking was foreign to the native populations as they had never seen such a practice before encountering the modernization of the neighboring cities, so they often did not recognize that what was being done to them was wrong. To them, they saw it as women selling sex rather than women being forced into a dangerous trade. How victims are lured in. The high levels of poverty, homelessness, substance abuse, and unstable home lives made Native populations vulnerable to the advances of sex traffickers. They became easy targets of the sex trade. Oftentimes, the pimps will recognize an indigenous person in an unstable home life, such as extreme poverty or an abusive family, and will promise safety and a stable income using words such as a modeling career or the entertainment industry to hide the sexual nature of the trade. Pimps will also seduce native girls into the sex trade by pretending to be their love interest and grooming them into the full trust of their trafficker, trapping them into the sex trade. They will target particularly vulnerable girls with unstable home lives as they are much easier to manipulate and more desperate to escape their home situations. The traffickers will then drug and habitually rape and beat their victims while also stealing their personal identification so that escaping the sex trade becomes nearly impossible. Oftentimes, these women will not even recognize that they have been trafficked due to manipulation by their pimps, lessening the chances of them ever becoming free. Barriers to change. A lack of reporting. High rates of sex trafficking and sexual violence against Indigenous women and girls have been an ongoing problem with very little improvement occurring. Historically, Native American women have been left out of the conversation regarding sex trafficking and sexual violence that has disproportionately served minority populations, especially natives who have come to be extremely isolated by society. As a result, Native women are less likely to report sexual crimes they experience to the police, leading to the low rate of crimes being reported relative to the large rate of sexual crimes being committed. Their long history of wrongdoings. Hey, I'm finna get off. Their long history of wrongdoings at the hands of the American government and officials has inspired a deep distrust in law enforcement of Native American populations. This in turn causes more sex trafficking and sex crimes to occur because they are simply not being reported as they are happening. Due to the high vulnerability of these indigenous populations, victims are also afraid to come forward out of fear of retaliation from their traffickers, such as physical abuse, threats, and removal of their basic needs that their pimps often provided. Unclear jurisdiction. Reservation law enforcement makes it difficult to prosecute sexual crimes. After the 1978 Supreme Court case Oliphant versus Suquamish Indian Tribe, it became illegal for non-natives to be tried under tribal laws, even if the crime occurred on tribal land. This made it very difficult for real justice to be served to these trafficking victims because sex traffickers tended to overwhelmingly be non-native, and even when the perpetrators are native members, the maximum sentence that tribal law can impose is 3 years. With such little deterrence, non-native traffickers could easily recruit native women and girls into the sex trade. As a result, investigations and prosecutions of trafficking by non-natives on reservations are handled by the BIA and FBI. However, real justice is rarely ever served. These organizations are severely understaffed and therefore rarely give direct or thorough legal assistance. The investigators from these organizations are often less concerned with the case and are not socially or cognitively connected to the community, leading to the increased distrust of Native populations towards law enforcement and the decreased rate of reporting of sexual crimes. So, we're going to stop right here. The next video, we will go more into detail on the fraternization and the brotherhood, and how the brotherhood, aka Masonic order, and the Eastern Stars have part in this, for their fertility rituals, and how they secretly are luring women and children into said trafficking rings. Okay. All right, guys. 2:25 on the clock. Thanks again for listening. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and donate to the channel. Peace.